And it's just me tonight. No Metz. Metz schedule change, and I have work on Thursday night, so you're getting just me tonight. My allergies are still kicking my ass. Sorry, guys. Probably won't go as late as we usually go, but we'll keep the conversation going, having a good time, and hopefully people pop in. I said in the Discord that I was going to go live around 8ish. I had nothing else going on, so I did my laundry. I cleaned my apartment. I emptied the cat box, right? Whatever. She doesn't care. So yeah, so we'll see if anybody pops in. Hey, what's going on, man? How are you? Hey, all right, people are here. Like I said, just me tonight. Metz is unable to make it, but next week we'll get back to regularly scheduled programming or whatever that is. I did put up 2 videos today. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? Let me move this sucker. Let's try and make this 6 hours tonight. No. I have to get up at 8 a.m. to be out because I'm seeing The Flash tomorrow morning. So schlock it all. I know, right? It's just me. Only Newt, no Newts. Well, we'll see. Eventually I'll get naked. How are you, buddy? Oh, very cool, man. Very cool. Yeah, the Little Mermaid one was funny. It was just watched Little Mermaid Part 2. Is Metz up with untangling those toys? I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I asked on Sunday if they'll be able to stream on Tuesday, but their schedule changed, and then mine picked up for Thursday. So, things happen. I think I might have to take some time off from streaming here too, because I'm going to be moving my brother in for a little bit while he kind of gets some stuff situated in his life, and I have the extra room here, so I'll give him a place to crash for a while. Try to help people where I can. Not very often I'm in the position to, but yeah, hopefully we can find another place to stream during the time when he's... Whoa, okay, bye, cat. Yes, there's outside of my apartment right now. Mr. Softy is parked on the street. I'm looking forward to Batman: Brave and the Bold. Yeah, I was told that there's a connection to the Flash to that. So drop it in to say hello, Rob. Go get some ice cream. I just leave you guys here. No, I take you with me, and we'll go through the entire Mr. Softy process. Make it sexy. Well, little whipped cream, little cherry on the tip of my tongue. No, I mean I'm trying to lose weight. So although I did eat a huge roast beef hoagie or sub or hero or wherever you guys call it in your part of the world. Well, I live in the city, so, the ice cream truck is a good thing to hear, considering some of the shit I hear outside of my window. I used to live in the suburbs when I used to do the kitchen table reviews, and I was in an apartment complex, so there really wasn't a lot of, noise outside of people in cars. Here, you got a little bit of everything, because I also have the train right outside of my window as well, so... Is Clint Howard there? That would be awesome if I went down to get ice cream and it was fucking Clint Howard. They're making Ice Cream Man 2. Oh, sounds like he's getting closer. No, he's gone. You can hear him drive by. It's either Mr. Softy or the guy, the senile guy outside screaming, or the train. It's a little bit of something. It is Chopper. This is what you guys tune in, though, for, right? Just the unpredictability of the entire thing. Yeah, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever lived in the city outside of when I was in college, but that doesn't really count. So what the hell is everybody up to tonight? It's earlier for some of us and later probably for some of you. But yeah, so tomorrow seeing The Flash, then at night seeing Into the Spider-Verse. Transformers nerds are mad at me for not liking the new Transformers movie. But exactly same jingle as possibly ever. Yeah, do you guys have Mr. Softy there? I was halfway through a first time watch of White Zombie. The Bela Lugosi one? Good one. A pump? No, I wish, man. It actually, the picture that dude drew of me bottomless was like very inopportune time. So Mr. Softy was my old porn star name. Did you get a lot of work with that? I'm just saying the picture he drew could have been more impressive, you know? I didn't think it was, but whatever. Hey, what's going on, man? Thank you guys for joining, for popping in on Tuesday night. Probably won't be as interesting because it's just me. It's more fun when I have somebody to bounce off of. But I like the pump inflate. Yeah, I know. I've seen Austin Powers, but if I got one of those, it would have been, people would have thought it was fake. So the expensive porn pirates. Yeah, it was so expensive that they had to release it without the sex scenes in regular video stores. I remember that one being out at the time in local video stores, and people I knew who like were old enough where they could go get real pornography were renting it, thinking that it was the actual one, and being upset because it was like bad acting and bad CGI and no penetration. Tommy Gunn's in that one. I know him very well, actually, because he grew up in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and I grew up in Marlton, New Jersey. And he's friends with my buddy Eric, who's a producer for MVD. So he put us in talks, and yeah, well, he's a cool dude. He's hardcore into superheroes and stuff like that. So we always have good comic book talk. Right, Elvira? Whatever. Yeah, that one was something. And I remember my friends who worked at Blockbuster at the time were just like, yeah, these people keep coming in, and we have to tell them that it's like, it's not porn. And, you know, we had an internet by then. I don't know what people's problem is. Let's see, what else is going on? The Flash is going to be so bad. I don't know. I'm excited for it. Woman in the Water is the worst Shyamalan. Lady in the Water is bad. It's got a beautiful poster, absolutely beautiful poster. It's bizarre because I bet some of those Transformers fans are mad at him. Oh yeah, no, everything after the movie for Transformers I never really got into. Like the 86 movie, when they restocked everybody, then they had to bring Optimus Prime back and all that. I don't know, they're mad. They're like, a bunch of them like, imagine a hater getting to see this movie. I was like, well, I am in part 2. Like, you know. And as far as the I actually think Sergeant Bilko is a good movie. I've only seen it once. Your friend, the producer at MVD, would you know Aussie can't get any MVD? Oh, really? I will ask him about that, because they have some great titles. I get like 10 text messages at one time of nonsense. Bumblebee was okay. This could have been... Yeah, my biggest thing about it was I thought Bumblebee... Like, first off, the first 10 minutes of Bumblebee where they're fighting on Cybertron... Like, give me an entire movie of that. Why do we need the human characters at this point? It's silly, you know? But whatever. The only thing about it that people liked is it probably is gonna... Is Metz okay? Yeah, Metz is working tonight. They couldn't make it tonight, and I can't do it on Thursday, so I figured I would do one tonight solo just to, you know, keep things consistent. And I'm trying to think of what other movies are worse for M. Night Shyamalan. The Happening is really bad, but I worked on that one. Last Airbender is really bad too. Probably The Happening. I would say The Happening is the worst one. And then he tried afterwards to say like, "Oh no, it's a comedy. It was always meant to be a comedy." It's like, no, it's not. You lied. You're doing like The Room kind of thing. Um, I liked Old. Yeah, Old was interesting. And Old's based on a manga, I believe it was. I'm trying to keep up with everybody's things here. um, yeah, the every M Night Shyamalan movie is the worst Shyamalan. I hardly disagree with that. I can't remember what happened in The Happening. I think Unbreakable is incredible. Unbreakable is one of the best comic book related, like comic book inspired movies ever made. I think it's fucking brilliant. And The Sixth Sense is pretty fantastic too. I like elements of Signs. I like that it has kind of a Night of the Living Dead vibe where it's just one group in one location. And I like the idea of oh yeah, I'm just Projector Man. I wish that was a new character. I could be Projector Man. Shyamalan's Apple TV series is interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet, but shot near where I used to live, because that's kind of up where his studio is. Yeah, who knew you could piss off Transformers, man? Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, it was like the happening was like the wind and the trees were trying to kill people. It was pretty lousy. I had a good laugh at that one. But I like him as a creator. I like that he tries new things. I like Signs until you find out that yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that was his kind of take on War of the Worlds, where the only reason that humanity survived is we've adapted and we've earned the right here with all the microbes in the air and all that shit. I hate the Steven Spielberg one. The post 9/11 parables are so cheesy. Was that the one with Marky Mark? Yes, it was. Sans the Funky Bunch. I just watched the movie for the first time he was in the other night. The Fighter with Christian Bale and Amy Adams. That one was really good. She's super hot in that, and that's the one Christian Bale won the Oscar for, and he's great in it. But I'm not a huge Mark Wahlberg fan outside of like a couple movies. Fighter was solid, yeah. Hit or miss the closest to Hitchcock we've got in this day and age. Uh, I mean, Hitchcock was. Why does Marky Mark keep coming? I know, right? He's in everything. Wahlburger, isn't that his whole thing? The one, yes, Boogie Nights is incredible, and it's one of his very first like starring vehicles as a like serious actor. Watching, I'm sure there was like older direct to video or direct to yeah. Trying to remember if there was sequels to War of the Worlds, not like from uh, the the Steven Spielberg. I was like, who directed that one? The Illusionist is fine. I like The Prestige better. Let's see what we got here. Sorry guys, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. John Clark, exactly. Let's see here. Remember the college and theater came in the screen. The whole audience made a collective groan. Yeah, there was that period of time for a while for Shyamalan. But you know, he does. I really liked Split. I saw that with Metz actually, and their boyfriend at the time, and I thought Glass was okay. You know, it a lot of people didn't like it, but I felt like it did what it had to do. Um, my buddy Wes is in the trailer for Split or for Glass, but then that scene's not in the final movie. So I used to see him all the time in the trailer and be like, "Oh, it's so cool," and then that scene's cut out of the movie. Let's see what else is going on right now. I got word today that a script that I wrote, man, last year, got greenlit, but the budget got cut. So I got to rewrite it based on the new budget that they have. And all their notes are basically what I said I wanted to do in the first place, but they told me no. So we're going to go forward with that one. So once I get the rest of their notes, I'll start working on that again. What else am I doing right now? I'm working a lot, just getting my ass kicked by the theaters because we just simply don't have enough people right now. Movie remakes on par with the originals. I dare see both versions of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Oh yeah, even the '93 Invasion of the Body Snatchers isn't bad either. But the '70s one is definitely my favorite. Fantastic cast, and there's just so many fucking terrifying scenes in that movie. I just love the where will you go line where he just realized that there is nowhere to go. It's terrifying, The obviously the 1950s one is pretty fantastic, and the 90s was like a different kind of thing. It was set on like an army base, and yeah, I think it was just called Body Snatchers, but that one wasn't bad either. There's just so many shit remakes anymore that I kind of forget what came out and what didn't come out, and what I liked and what I didn't like, or am I all completely jaded by remake-itis? I always think about a cool idea would be just taking like really bad movies and making like a really good sequel to it. Like I kind of look at how people look at the Star Wars prequels. Elements of the Disney series made things that we thought were like lame kind of cool now, and added validity to some of those things. So I was like, yeah, do something like that. Like take a movie that is universally hated and make a really fucking good direct sequel to it that kind of expands on all the ideas of the original one. I'd written a draft of a Robot Monster remake. Robot Monster, of course, is the dumbass movie with the gorilla with the diving helmet on. And I thought that it would be really cool to do something with that. But then Fred and Ray told me that the dude who owns the rights to it is an asshole and like sues the shit out of everybody. Remake Forbidden Zone. It's the day I give up on humanity. That'll never happen. First off, Richard Elfman would never let that happen. But you could never get away with doing like that type of movie nowadays. My Steve, who does all my movie posters, did the artwork for the last release of that. Let's see someone try to remake a good sequel to Son of the Mask. Yeah, here's how you remake here's how you do Son of the Mask. You make it like the fucking Dark Horse comic books that were bloody and awesome back in the day, Because I liked the Jim Carrey one, but I was like, oh, this is nothing like the comics. I could see that. I want to remake like the Turkish Star Wars movie. Just my own version of it. Or let's do the Turkish Star Wars Christmas special or holiday special. Oh, but I was saying about Robot Monster. So I'd written this really cool like post-apocalyptic draft where the idea was the reason that it's got this big goofy gorilla body and then this weird dome head is because the actual creature is inside the head, and when it's at the end when they're fighting, it separates from the body and grows like spider legs and comes at them. So the creature is whatever is inside there, and this was just like to get it around, sort of like Krang almost. So I did a really, really cool draft of that. I thought was fun. That the creatures, the robot monster creatures, I don't know. It was like they're like underground in a former like bomb site, and a group of heroes have to fight back. We're like wanderers in the desert or something. I don't know. It was lame. Or no, I mean I liked it, but like it was just inspired by all the Mad Max and Escape from New York ripoffs from Spain and Italy. But that was a fun script. And then I think I changed the title to Zombeast, with the tagline "Something Survived." Yeah, I don't know. One of many, many screenplays I've written that will never see the light of day. It did open really cool, though. There was a In there was these two Italian brothers in real life who captured what's supposed to be a radio transmission of a Russian cosmonaut burning up in the atmosphere. So I used those two brothers' names as the ones calling in a distress signal in the beginning of the script. And one astronaut survives as the ship is taken over by what we find out is the proto version of the robot monster. And the one astronaut jettisons out and gets caught up in cosmic debris and all this shit and wakes up sort of like Planet of the Apes thousands of years in the future where the Earth is a wasteland, and now the robot monsters are the dominant species on the planet. So and there's like gangs. One gang I wrote in there was all like old school, like Ben Cooper style Halloween versions of it, and like the gang leader had like all these rotten teeth because he carries around a like a candy bucket. I don't know anymore. Right. Making sure that I have the chat going on here because I feel like I'm missing stuff. Hold on. Live chat. Radio shows like this bad sex. Yeah, I'm a big fan of public domain stuff too, like public domain superheroes. Create a B movie about Putin. No, because then guys will fucking come and kill me. I'm finally like getting good at life after 41 years. I kind of don't want to mess it up. Yeah, I like there's a lot of like abandoned sci-fi and superhero and horror stuff that's all in the public domain that I would love to do something with. There's some really cool, weird ideas pre-comic book code that I feel just don't get much respect at all, you know? They're going to start shooting my vampire script in Alabama in August. Like I said, I'm rewriting that script for those guys. Someone needs to make live action Defenders of the Earth. That'd be cool. I fucking loved that cartoon when I was a kid. Is it Mandrake the Magician, Flash Gordon, and the Phantom? That fucking remake's never gonna happen. He's been talking about remaking that movie since I worked at the comic book store, and that closed in 2006. You know, I think Wizard Magazine was still around when he was talking about that. They said that they got a new writer, and they said that Jamie Foxx is attached and all this shit. That movie's never gonna happen. If it does, it won't be Todd McFarlane doing it. Did you watch Batman Beyond? Yeah, I loved Batman Beyond. Well, see, the thing is, when Batman Beyond first aired, I really wasn't, I knew it existed, but I really wasn't into it. It wasn't until years later that I watched it and was like, holy shit, this is incredible. Yeah, House of the Dead 2 was pretty good, actually. House of the Dead 1 I saw in the theater. When you can see the fucking dolly track in the one scene and they used video game footage. I thought that was hilarious. But I was like, it's cool. It's a terrible movie, but it's fucking cool that a movie that would play subpar to the Sci-Fi Channel was playing in a movie theater. Heading home listening. Yo, what's going on, man? Not much. It's just me tonight. The original 1986. Yeah, the Spawn movie has amazing soundtrack, and it's got some cool physical, like, you know, K&B effects in it, but the CGI is terrible. When he goes to hell and the cape and shit like that, I was just like, oof, you know. But the suit was great, and it actually had a little bit of mobility considering, you know, that it was just a big fucking chunk of rubber. But again, I've been saying it forever. The best way to do Spawn now, if you're going to do like a Blumhouse style approach, is just make it Sam and Twitch, and Spawn is a background character. They're investigating these ritualistic murders, and the homeless are talking about Spawn, and you know, you don't reveal what he really looks like till the end. For the most part, he's a two-dimensional character in a three-dimensional world. Favorite John Leguizamo movie? I don't know. I would maybe Romeo and Juliet is fucking great. House of the Dead was so bad. My favorite John Leguizamo movie is Romeo and Juliet. Okay, cool. Yeah, mine too. Yeah, even well, I mean, like, you know, was it 95 when Mortal Kombat came out? And yeah, it didn't have the blood in it and stuff like that. And it was just Game of Death basically, and Enter the Dragon combined with mystical shit. But it was way better than anything that came after it. All right, move closer so I can see you guys. My back is killing me today. Let's see. I'm actually watching Mortal Kombat now. Yeah, I saw that in the theater. But the newest one was just fucking garbage. And I saw the second one too, Annihilation, in the theater. Jamie Kennedy. He called me one time. I think I told that story before. He was looking for Fallon for a project, and I was filming with my former co-host, and he called. Are you still friends with Eric Wilkinson? Yes, I'm reviewing Eric's movie tomorrow, actually. Eric and I have been good friends for 16 years now. I met Eric right before I met the redhead who I used to work with. So that was 16 years ago, something like that. What's your thoughts on Do the Right Thing? Again, at the time, Spike Lee's, like I fucking know him. Spike Lee's cinema was amazing. It was so different than what else was going on. There weren't a lot of black voices at that time, but there also wasn't a lot of like New York black voices at that time in film. So it gave you a way to see things through a commercial indie lens that you wouldn't see elsewhere. So I was a big fan of his stuff. She's Gotta Have It. His stuff of late hasn't really been my taste. I really didn't like his remake of Old Boy. The new Mortal Kombat's pretty decent. He's great. Yeah, he is in Spun. Favorite modern comedian? I don't know. Who hasn't been canceled yet? Who's your Mount Rushmore of horror directors? Horror directors. I guess you got to go Todd Browning because he revolutionized horror with the Universal films. Then I guess you got to go Romero. I don't know. Who else? Who are we putting on there? We going Euro, or are we going to go like Argento? Inherent Vice was very good. I love the scene where the woman hands the picture of the daughter. You don't see it, but he just like screams and covers the picture up. I don't know. Now you got me thinking who would go on there. Has to be Romero and has to be Browning just because of their places. Romero with the birth of the zombie and of independent film being that well known. Although, honestly, if you ask me, the movie falling into public domain is actually the best thing that ever happened for it. Plus you got Romero, like, Creepshow and stuff. William Castle, yeah, I can see William Castle on there because he brought the gimmick in a time when movie theaters needed help. Like, TV had taken over and theaters were in bad shape. Have you seen the G.I. Joe movies? Yes. The first one had, like, the power suits in them that were taken out of the Starship Troopers book. And then the second one, like, they kill everybody off. And then in the beginning, Bruce Willis shows up. Remember, Brendan Fraser was in the first G.I. Joe movie. Browning, Romero, Carpenter. Yeah, I would go Carpenter on that. Although Carpenter hates being called a horror director. Martin Short. Martin Short's great. I love his Jiminy Glick character. And then back in the day when he was on SCTV, people, what was the movie he did with Charles Grodin where he played like a little kid? He's great in that one. I remember Rocko's Modern Life. Because they did a reboot like in modern day like 2017 or something like that on Netflix. Clifford, that's what it was. I was like, wait, is Clifford the dog? Wasn't there Clifford the big red dog as well? How would you bring the X-Men, Professor Magneto, and into the MCU? You can't... What's graphics on your shirt? Oh, it's the Joker. It's the yeah. Um, they can't have been there all along. Don't do that shit. It has to be a universe crashing kind of thing. Like the Fantastic Four, I would have them suspended in space because you're in a completely new era now. We're so far removed from Captain America being frozen in ice. I would have the Fantastic Four went up in 1966 and came down in 2025 whenever they do it, and then you could do some of the 60s kitschy styles in it, which I think would be kind of cool. Coppola's Jack. Is that the one where with Bill Cosby and Jennifer Lopez? It's fucking weird. Would agree with Carpenter about directing. No, I mean he revolutionized the genre with Carpenter with Halloween, and giving birth to a franchise like Nightmare on Elm Street for Wes Craven. Oh, and Scream, I guess. So I guess you got to put him up there. But then it gates great British directors or great of the 1960s and 70s. Hammer had some incredible directors. Or the Europeans. We take off. Do we take off Argento or Fulci? But I think most people would go Argento as a classier one. But they both kind of served in the same stuff. Fulci was just more blunt about what he wanted on screen. Romero had a different style to it. It was a bit glossier, but they were both kind of getting the same approach to everything. It would be cool to do it that way because I thought it'd be I always said the cool way to do it was I read this article from Chris Columbus who said that he wanted to do Fantastic Four as the superhero version of A Hard Day's Night, where you're just following around a family of superheroes who don't always get along. I was like, that'd be really cool. Yeah, Jack was weird. I remember seeing it in the theaters. Wasn't there a scene where they fart in a jar? Well, they do have a problem with the Kang actor, and it's a shame. It's not a shame because if that stuff is true, fuck that dude. But the guy who played the High Evolutionary is great. I wish they would have used him as Kang because he was fantastic as the High Evolutionary. I saw Guardians twice now, and it grew on me a lot more the second time I saw it. There's a lot of things that I didn't pick up on or didn't connect with the first time that I really did the second time. So I really like that one. That's one of the few Marvel ones that's been a hit for me in these last few phases. Again, I got a ton of shit for not liking Thor: Love and Thunder. I don't care, man. Give me something different. Give me a story. Don't keep. I don't need the bridge. At this point, we understand that this movie is going to connect to this movie is going to connect to this TV show. I'm done with that now. Just give me fucking stories about characters, and we'll just go with you for the rest of it. If you introduce a character, I don't know, name some ridiculous character. We're 18 years into this. Fine, just we accept it. Stop, please. That's what I worry about with The Flash tomorrow morning. Is it's been Frankenstein into so many different things through regime changes and their fear of Ezra Miller and all that kind of stuff that it's going to be some kind of horrible Frankenstein movie. And it's going to suck because I've been waiting since 1992 to see Michael Keaton back as Batman and to see a fitting farewell for Ben Affleck's Batman. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old for superhero movies now. Is that where we are now as a people? Back in the day, if you would have told me in 2000 that we were going to get all the movies that we got and all these characters we got, I wouldn't fucking believe you. I used to read, again, Wizard Magazine, and they used to have these fan castings of who would play the X-Men or who would play whatever character, and they would just, put actors at that time together, and there was no way that they would ever make, some of these movies they were talking about. Now they have, we've seen a Thor, we've seen Ego, the Living Fucking Planet on camera. So it's anything can be done at this point, but it's just wild to come from this age after Batman and Robin, and all the way up to X-Men, where you had movies like Barbed Wire and Steel and all these movies that were just trying to capitalize off of the name, but being embarrassed of the source material. It's weird. It's interesting though. It's cool. Growing up, getting the Marvel cards and learning all the backgrounds and the powers of all these characters that I'd never heard of before. Like I read very standard, Daredevil, Captain America, Spider-Man, the X-Men, lots and lots of X-Men from the 80s on, Excalibur and shit like that. But if they didn't pop up in those books, I didn't know who they were. So those are cool. And then, now we're in an age where they have action figures. And I mean, I'm not an action figure collecting phase anymore, but like, the world has opened up to a point where that nerd shit is like the mainstream now. And like, hot chicks know who some of these characters are. I'll never forget. I was working at the Wayne Theater when I don't remember what movie. At the end credits, Thanos is like, "Fine, I'll do it myself," and he puts the gauntlet on. That might have been Guardians 2, maybe, I don't know. But whatever that movie was, these two like really attractive college girls came out of the theater and they were like, "Who is that guy?" And I explained to them like who that dude, who Thanos was, and his whole story and stuff like that. And then the next time they came back, like they were telling this other girl what I told them, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, I already knew that. This guy told me this." And then they knew all this stuff, and they knew who Adam Warlock was, and I was like, "We live in a weird fucking timeline now, you know? Is all the terrible things that have happened in society are just a product of nerd culture becoming so popular?" It was Guardians 2? Okay. Late 80s, early 90s was the Betts Captain America run. Yeah, remember when he turned into a werewolf at one point? Is 10ish too late? Oh, I guess I have a call tonight about another project. My buddy Cam is an ex-professional skateboarder, wants me to write a horror movie for him. And he's got like an old movie theater that he can shoot in Pittsburgh. So I didn't try to write something for him. Wasn't the 90s the Alex Pion directed one was played by J.D. Salinger's son, and he had rubber ears on the mask. And you could tell in close-ups that they were rubber. He just keeps like stealing people's cars. That's like the bulk of that movie. And then the Red Skull was Italian, not a Nazi or not a German. And as we know, Italians are the true villains. I took it out of the Little Mermaid one because I said some things I probably shouldn't have. But did you know that in the 1988 or 1989 Little Mermaid, the French cook in France was dubbed into Italian, and anytime they have like a traditional French kind of stereotype, they always dub them into Italian in French movies. A skateboard horror movie. No, he wants to. He's a former skateboarder, but he wants to do stealing cars. What's his superpower? That's right. We had a lot of time frozen nights to think about how to steal cars. No, he just wants to do a kind of Evil Dead-ish style movie set in an old movie theater that he has access to. And that's basically just my Satan Slumber Party script. And since I rewrote that to be that wrestling one for that other company, not the bad company, a good company, based on Jackie Gleason. Oh, was he? That's interesting. That character's not in the remake at all. We were waiting for the snooty French character. But now it's like, you think about it and you're like, what other characters are French? Like the lamp in Beauty and the Beast was French, so they made him Italian? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to write something cool again, and my family is Italian. What the fuck? Yeah. I'm part Italian. You know Cam Neely from Dumb and Dumber? No, I know him from being a Boston Bruin, but yes, he is in Dumb and Dumber. So I'm hearing there's a opening. Oh, let's see what that said. Scareboard? That'd be fun. Remember, and Metz could flash us during the live stream while we're waiting. Yeah, people got upset about that. I got flagged, but they didn't take it down. And I got some DMs from people in that anonymous thing on Instagram telling me that I'm exploiting Metz. and that I'm a scumbag, and that apparently I pay people to be my friends because after the whole Screenwave thing, nobody will be my friend anymore. And I was like, God damn, they're only kind of right about that. I don't pay anyone. Or do you keep rewriting to move forward? No, I keep rewriting until I get it to where I want it to be. Or if I don't, but if I know where the next scene should be or where it's going, I'll just create a gap there and then just write forward and then figure out a way to connect those gaps together. Sometimes they'll do that to me too with other scripts of mine. Like they're like, we really like the dialogue in this script over here, but can you move it? Did Fallon write that? No. I talked to Fallon the other day, actually. The scene's missing. That'd be cool. Just do like Grindhouse and just do real missing. No, sorry. Yeah, you guys are here under your own volition. Someone should have told you at the door. I was like, I wish I had the money to hire people to be my friends. I'd have such cool fucking friends. No, paid to exploit. I'd imagine you'd have to pay Metz to keep. Yeah, Metz. Metz enjoys being a free spirit, but I always thought Metz was a really cool person who, when they worked for me, and I was just like, all I got to do is just like introduce you to people, and they're either going to be like, what the fuck, or fuck yeah. So there's two ways this can always go. But then the same thing with like Dave and Lana. Like Lana was my assistant for a long time at the movie theater, and we had a falling out and didn't talk for years and years and years. And then we become friends again. What's up, Newt? I left my job at Bed Bath & Beyond. Had me working. Oh, shit. Sorry about that, man. Didn't you just start that job too recently? Yeah, man. I can't always answer your tweets and stuff like that when you send me memes and stuff, but I try to acknowledge everything. Work's just been so fucking busy and just, with moving and health stuff and therapy and, all that. I try my best to keep up with everybody. And not like I'm, when I was on the old show, I used to get way more messages and all that kind of stuff. It was a bigger audience, but, I was always tried hard to answer everybody because I'm just a fucking dude sitting in his living room. I'm nobody special. But, I feel bad when somebody reaches out to me and I don't respond because I know what it's like to reach out to people and they don't respond. So, so I try not to do that to people. But, wait till I get really famous. Then you guys will be like, what the fuck, man? He changed. That'll never happen. But yeah, Metz is great about coming out to, film and stuff like that. And it's a far drive for them now. So I feel bad. Once I kind of get situated a little bit more, I want to start, throwing some money their way. Let's see. Famous YouTuber, that's a thing? I guess so. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that they sat in front of the Batmobile. Okay. Yeah, I mean, sometimes shit's not the right fit. You got to find the fit that works for you. I did the same thing when I left the Water Tower Cinema, where I filmed a lot of stuff last year. It just wasn't, I didn't like the direction it was going, and I felt like it was getting very much to a point where it was going to be like a Screenwave situation where I was doing other people's jobs and not... Big Red was looking good in that Catwoman leather. Oh, was that a thing? I don't look, man, and I'm banned from any of their social medias, so I couldn't tell you. Good for them, though. I'm happy that she's still part of that, and that she has a following. So good for her. Yeah, I left the other job because I just felt like I was getting used and not being appreciated. So thoughts on Ken Russell? I really like Lair of the White Worm. Devils. He's a great director, controversial. I love anybody who's not afraid to say fuck you to the system and create their own art. So I have a couple of his movies laying around somewhere. I have a big book of British horror and psychedelic horror and all that kind of shit in here because I'm always just reading as much as I can to try to, figure out ways to do things that look different than cheap indie movies. Oh, your film professor wrote a book about it. And that's awesome. Hey, bud, how's your day going? Day's all right. One of my. Oh, yeah. That's right. That dude wrote that thing calling you a ladyboy. The Big Book of British Smiles. Well, yeah, we were talking all about. I have to wait to watch until I'm off work. Well, no rush, man. I'm doing this a little bit early today because I got to get up early tomorrow morning for The Flash. When I put up the review, I'm gonna have to say The Flash for real this time because then people are just gonna think it's another side boob. Who doesn't? Lady bodies, yes. Yeah, no, the guy said everyone who watches me or is on the show is a man in a dress. And I was like, you sound like an open-minded individual. Happy Pride Month. um, I don't know. I can't. People are insane. The Flash 2, The Other Side boob. There you go. Do it. Why doesn't Metz get into acting? Metz has been in 3 things I've shot, and Metz was also in a. Wish I could be there to watch that. Yeah, I'm excited. Metz was in something my buddy Brian shot as well, where they were a demon and they were completely nude in that one. When he told me the idea, I was like, good luck. I've worn a dress before, but it was my girlfriend's dress at the time. No, I when I used to host Rocky Horror when I was like 16, they used to make me get dressed up for that, and it was always different, but it's fun, whatever. Like, who fucking cares? Like, are you that if you're that insecure about your sexuality, that's on you, I'm fine. If I was in good enough shape, dude, I'd wear way less clothes. And demand exclusive Hollywood like the Little Mermaid. Yeah, well, I want to make the Little Murder Maid. Dr. Frankenfurter, Tim Curry. Woo. Oh, I have the poster right there. Big fan of that movie. I want Metz to cover it because they haven't seen it yet. And then maybe I'll do Phantom of the Paradise eventually. I'm gonna think of doing some new stuff because I have the dresses. Well, you didn't have to. Oh. Well, dude, Kevin, you'll find something that works out better for you next time. Is there any toys you see get the naked treatment? You're shocked that she wasn't a lesbian? I mean, we don't know if things are going to work out between her and Eric. The toys I'd like to see to get the naked treatment. I don't know. I miss the days of the McFarlane movie maniacs. But a Phantom of the Paradise would be fucking cool for that. Shock treatment is the double feature. Yeah. When Crystal and I were in Tucson at the Tucson Comic-Con in 2017, we got to moderate the Rocky Horror panel with Barry Bostwick, Magenta, and Lil Nell. And I told them that I'm a bigger fan of Shock Treatment, and they were actually happy about that because they were kind of tired of talking about Rocky Horror Picture Show. But does the monkey one survive? The Ron Perlman one does, but his boss doesn't. He dies in the beginning to set the whole story into motion. Ron Perlman Prime. Transformers fans they're so mad, and it's just like don't be mad at me. I didn't fucking make the movie, Just make the Transformers like the Transformers. The humans shouldn't be a big deal. I'd love to see Return of the Living Dead NECA style. Clockwork Orange would be cool. Return of the Living Dead, who would you do? Would you do Trash or would you do the Tar Man? The Tar Man would probably be the easy one to do, but Trash would be kind of cool. And she can come with a replaceable head where she's got the big, long mouth head. To watch the live. That's all right. Another remake should never happen. Clockwork Orange. Yeah, that'll never happen. trash, maybe even Freddy with the melted eyes. Yeah, you could do that. I'd love movie maniacs. A Guyver one, that'd be fucking cool. Yeah, the humans in this one are even more needless. Like you have the main guy who was in the military. You have his little brother with sickle cell, who's like a tough kid, and then you have like this art intern woman. But that's it. A Freddy Got Fingered toy. Freddy Got Fingered is one of my favorite movies ever. I wrote all of the notes for the rental reviews one for that one. Justin Silverman used to have a rear projector and a massive screen in his basement of his old house when he was married. And his sister and I were dating at the time, and we used to go and watch Freddy Got Fingered on the big fucking screen all the time. My favorite was when we ran that in the theater. It was my senior year in high school, and all the Baptist kids who worked there were never allowed to come see the late night movies. And the first time that their parents told them they could, the movie we ran was Freddy Got Fingered. Wait, yeah, he was married once. He was married to a girl named Sam back in like the days when we were doing Underbelly, so 2007, 8, 9, 10 maybe. Because they definitely came down to my theater to see J.J. Abrams' Star Trek. So that was 2009. So he was still married, and they were still married then when we started doing Underbelly, because she's in some of the first few episodes. The Blackening, considered a blaxploitation. I don't know. I haven't seen the trailer for that, but I've heard about it. What is she doing now? I have no idea. The only person who's still... I know that her dog died. Her dog, Odie, was a bull mastiff, and he was great. I love that dog. He died a couple years ago, and then Justin kept the cat, and then the cat his cat passed away, and then he got the two new ones. I don't know what he still has now because we don't talk anymore, but yeah, it was for a while there. He was. That's when he had really long hair back when they were married. And then I met his sister in like 2012, I think. I think there's the movie. It's usually Eraserhead for me. I'll show them that one, or I'll show them like Pink Flamingos or something like that to really catch them off guard and see if they think I'm too fucking weird or not. Usually I am. But I've met some cool people who've liked the weird stuff that I'm into. You liked oh, thank you. You liked the mermaid videos. There was more. It was a 40-minute video, but my phone got all ridiculous and glitched out on me. So you were almost a brother-in-law. Yes, actually. We lived together for a while. And then I moved to Arizona with her too. But yeah, and then, we just went our separate ways. We're still friends. I still talk to her. She's moving to Maine or something soon, because I have a bunch of her books that she gave me when I was going through all my stuff after Screenwave. A lot of like guided meditation and self-righteous, stuff. But some of it was actually pretty interesting. The psychology of the mind and stuff like that. So I've read a lot of that, but I have a big box of her books that I need to get back to her before she moves. We need to crowdfund a GoPro for Newt. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of stuff that I'm going to get soon. I've been looking online at prices of stuff because I want to do some productions while we're waiting for the studio to get done. Good thing is my producer and I had a talk about that today because I showed him the trailer for Cocaine Crabs from Outer Space, and we were having a conversation about like setting trends. And like people who follow the trends. And he was like, no, we will be the trend. So that's a vote of confidence, so I'm excited about that. And there you go. Yeah, you're always fucking catching fish, man. You always send me pictures. I haven't gone fishing since I was like 10. So how did you meet the redhead? No. So I ran a single screen theater in Pittman, New Jersey, called the Broadway Theater at Pittman, and they did live theater there. And so I was the house manager and movie manager, and my office was the projection booth, and the projection booth was up on the second floor in the balcony. So I'm up in the booth and I'm Windexing the portal glass, and I see this redhead on stage with the cast. and I went downstairs, and this was before. Yeah, we met in 2000, November of 2007 is when I met her. So I went running downstairs, and I asked the show manager who that was, and they told me, and they're like, they're down at the ice cream place, because the theater also owned an ice cream place. So I ran next door and pretended like I was just seeing if they needed change or anything like that, just so I had an excuse to talk to her. I'll never forget, there was a Atlanta Falcons game on the TV. So I wound up talking to her, and then she found me on MySpace, and then we wound up talking a lot, because she had weird hours. She never slept when she was in school, and we would talk about movies till like 3-4 o'clock in the morning. And then she asked me to go see I Am Legend with her and her friends, and that was the first time that we ever hung out outside of the Broadway theater at Pittman. And then we were friends, and then we dated, and then we broke up, and then we were just together. And then I moved there. I met that other girl. I moved to Arizona. When I moved to Arizona, she started dating the guy that she was with, and then I have to be honest, it's sad. But look, I am not. I'm the bad guy in this situation. Things got sucky, and she deserved to rub a lot of their recent, not recent, but like things that have gone right for them in my face, because I was a piece of shit. I don't think very much of myself, even through therapy now. I still have my issues. There you go. I'll ask her to hang out. Everything happens for how it's supposed to. Yeah, maybe. I was deeply in love, but I did not know how to show it, and I compared her to Saving Chloe Bailey has nice legs, though. Yes, I saw the picture you posted. I don't think very highly of myself, so I always figured, especially after everything that happened when I was engaged, that everybody who I show absolute love and affection for winds up leaving me anyway. So I was always kind of preparing myself for, you were in love with her. Did she feel this? Yes. We talked about that a lot. She used to say that when she was in college, she thought about marrying me. But I was a piece of shit, and I talked about other girls a lot, and I didn't treat her very well, because again, I'm constantly pushing back, because here's this beautiful, tall, muse who is so smart and capable, and I felt like I only dragged her down. So it was easy for her to leave, and so I didn't act right for a long time, and then when the shit hit the fan, I snapped at her at a convention at Too Many Games, and that was it. That was the end of it. I was projecting. You were like the horned dog, can't stop chasing the cat. Yeah, I mean, we weren't together technically, so I thought it was okay. And then, but then I live by the bros before hoes code. So anything that happened that I had told people that, in confidence, for them to then turn around and use against me, so that they kept their, the attractive one on the show, that sucked. That wasn't cool for them both to do that to me, but, Yep. On Halloween night, after they were at a party at James and with Mike and James, I got a call at like 2 o'clock in the morning, freaking out at me about something. So yeah, that was one of them. I know Reddit said the other YouTube channel has. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. The people who've come over from the old show to here have been fairly positive. um, I mean, I could write a book based on my bizarre adventures and people I've met. Actually, my buddy Michael from Cleveland was out here. I think I talked about it already. He's shooting a kind of mini documentary that he and I are going to do together. How did they know where you were? Because the girl I was hanging out with that day posted a picture on Facebook, and there were still some people who had not yet blocked me who saw where we were, and it was literally right up the street from where they all live. So yeah, they showed up and took a picture, and it was super weird. And then that girl, would never hang out with me again. We still talk. Super nice girl. But she's like, I can't get involved in your drama. So, so that sucked. But I wasn't really looking for anything. Did you ever meet? Yeah, I love Erin. She's great. She was always super nice to me. We still will quip back and forth to each other on no, I don't blame her either. It's fucking crazy, It's wild that kind of stuff was going on at that time. But no, and Erin's great. Erin and Mike are both fantastic. Nothing but good things to say about both of them. And she's one of the few YouTubers who I did not unsubscribe to. I'm not a video game person, but I still watch every episode just out of solidarity because I'm a big fan of her. I think she's funny. I think she's very passionate about what she's into. Did you ever find out who did it and confront them? No, they wouldn't tell me who did it. There was a little Facebook, or there was a little, I don't know if it was a chat group or a Facebook group that after I got fired was just making fun of every move that I made on social media. And I found out about that from Kieran's ex-girlfriend because she was still writing for Cinemassacre at the time. And then she got out of it because she's like, you're all fucking crazy. Okay. No, they're like super into gaming, like I am into movies. Like when you can tell when somebody actually cares about what they're putting out. It's crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, again, I am the architect of my own demise. At any point during everything, I could have stopped. And I'm not even talking about the plagiarism shit. That's such a small drop in the bucket. Erin is very nerdy hot. Yeah, she's cool. I mean, she's an attractive girl. It's just somebody's girlfriend, so I'm not saying, but yeah, I could definitely see why, people from the outside would be drawn to her, but also on top of that, she actually knows what she's talking about. I suck at video games, dude. But yeah. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, like me not getting help and me hiding, myself from people. The fact that I didn't let, people who were in my life know that I was molested when I was a kid. Everybody who I told afterwards was like, "Oh, that explains a lot about you." Things about my upbringing and stuff like that. Reasons why I project my own insecurities on people. Yeah, I know, and I am. Again, you're never gonna fully escape it. I think the as of right now, yeah, I know it's not the people. It's weird. It's like yes, it does tie in at the end to GI Joe. That they're setting that up because the dude who gives him a business card is GI Joe, and he wants to help him to keep track of what's going on with Transformers. So they're setting that up. Should know. And there's other guys like I've mentioned them a million times. 8-Bit Eric always jumps in here. I think he's hilarious. I think he's really funny. I never watched the old GI Joe movies. The '80s one was weird. That went straight to video, but I love the beginning of it, and it introduced the Serpentor shit. Yeah, no, I've apologized and I was wrong, and so the three films where I've seen GI Joeers. Yeah, I think it's a complete reboot, which is probably the right way to go with this. Because it would have been like in all the times that the other Transformer fights were happening, where the fuck was GI Joe? Somebody in I think it was Hitman in the comments said they should then tie in My Little Pony into it. That they look through a dimensional portal and they have a pony planet. Yeah, but when you're in that moment, when you're in everyone saying, well, did you plagiarize? Are you part of this? No, they all had to distance themselves from me. And then as you distance more and you let the anger fester, the good stuff falls away, and then there's nothing left of the person who you tried to be and you tried to help people. Because it came down to I treated how's your week going? It's going all right. A lot of work today, just kind of doing stuff around the house, paying bills, doing laundry, doing life stuff. Tomorrow is when I go back to work, but I think I am a better person now. I think I'm a much better person now. And the part that sucks, the part that I have a hard time getting over is the inability to show these people that I'm a better person and to know how they feel about that. Because in my heart of hearts, I still go, well, if I get a couple movies under my belt and show that I'm legit, maybe she'll come back and be in something or whatever. But, it's living the life, which is always good to see. Yeah, I mean, I'm still here, and we're getting closer to cool things happening. But I've also, a lot of people have stepped up who, people I would have never met if shit hadn't fallen apart. Metz and I were just work friends, and then we became friends outside of work, and a lot of good people rallied around me. Fallon and I kind of separated, doing our own thing a little bit more, but she's a good friend. I met some cool people when I was filming out in St. Louis on that slasher movie, and they're gonna come be part of the new projects, and they're hot and do nudity, so that's cool. Oddly, Sci-Fi Channel just showing Rambo. Oh, okay, nice. Do any cute girls come into the theater? Not anymore. None that I've seen. My old theaters used to, especially down the shore. There used to be some really hot girls who came down there. The one girl that I used to hang out with who used to come into the theater is the one who's in the Paperboy 3 trailer, and she looks like Natalie Portman. Hey, Newt. Oh, dude, thank you. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you're going through those things. I genuinely don't want. I don't really want. I wish people didn't have to go through those things. I wish that there was like a fucking guidebook on how to for us not to do that. Yeah, she's a cool actress. That's Morgan. I knew her from Donald Farmer's stuff because she's in Debbie Does Demons. But the first time that we worked together on set was on XXX Myth. So she's gonna come around. Jessa, who's in that movie as well. Morgan is very hot, and Morgan is all about all the stuff that we're going to be doing. So she's going to become a big part of our stuff. She always tells everybody to look at her OnlyFans. Debbie Does Demons was fantastic. I just did the last scene, and you can tell because the main character's name is Newt Wallen. All right, do it. Merchandise yourself. It was fun. And then I did Shark Exorcist 2 with him, which is coming out this fall. And I wrote and directed and produced a scene with Fallon. And then eventually they're going to release Bigfoot Exorcist. And I wrote and directed and shot the whole first part of that movie, actually with Crystal and with Tony. So it'll be interesting when that comes out, if they promote it at all. That'll be funny. She's a voice actress. Okay. Does a shark get possessed by the devil? I don't know how it works in that. I just wrote and directed a PSAs for the town. Like, the town is so bad, they're trying to get tourism to come back. So I wrote Fallon's like a Paris Hilton type who got pulled over for texting and drunk driving and all this kind of stuff. So she has to keep doing all these ads about how the town has fixed a lot of its problems that are really, really funny. Like, they've cut down on hidden cameras in the public toilets by 64%, and the silverfish infestation is almost completely taken care of. Stuff like that. But yeah, Morgan's super cool. Jess is super cool. They're all neat. Like, it's neat to meet new people, and have new people to work with, and who actually like my scripts. Unfortunately, one of the things I learned the hard way is that nobody I was working with before actually thought that I was any good at anything. They were just doing it because I was giving people work and things to do, and new followings and stuff. So, it sucked to find out how little they actually thought of what I was doing when all that was going on. This group is basically, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being the island of misfit toys. But for so many fucking projects that I wrote and came up with that were no good. I mean, a bunch of stuff that I wrote back then is now getting made, and the Toxic Crusader idea was my idea, So, and I know that Reddit group makes fun of me, like, oh, everything's his idea. It's like, no, I just did a lot of shit. Anything I could dream up and I could put together on a weekend, I tried to do and give them, cool, fun things to act in, and to be sexy in, and all that kind of stuff. His band was called Dog Star. I saw them once in concert in like 97 or 98, and it's when he didn't do Speed 2 because of it. Just like Russell Crowe's band was called 30 Odd Foots of Grunt, and that's where that South Park episode came up with Fighting Around the World one. He does? Okay. All these new animals on drugs movies. King Kong ripoffs from the 70s. Yeah, I can see that. Because I had a bunch of ideas today. So let me hear what you say. LS Demons. What was it? The Crack Headless Horseman. Pain Dispensary. Cannabis. Wait, no. It was Cannibal, Cannabis, Kaiju, All Out Attack. Just a bunch of nonsense. Crackoon. Yeah, Crackoon is the one that Morgan is in. And Jess, I think, too. I wrote Just Say Nosferatu. I'll check those out. Yeah, I don't know. But again, by the time I would come up with anything, it's already, the fad has moved on. So there's really no point in it. I'm just excited that, the scripts that I have sold are in production and being made, and to get those guys in LA to say, hey, we want you to rewrite the gay script. My wife says hi. Hello. Getting a lawsuit from Toho. Well, depends. They don't have any cannibal cannabis. Yeah. Crocodile. Heroin hamsters from hell. That might work, actually. I could see somebody doing that. But what was it? Crack crabs from outer space. Hence why you can't write for fads. Exactly. It's fun to dream up ideas, because I could turn around tomorrow and make a just don't get sued by Nintendo. Yeah. Meth Mouse or Meth Moose. Okay. Well, then they can start teaming up against each other. You could have like Crackoon versus whatever. Not gonna lie, I didn't like Clerks 3. I know a lot of people did. It just did not land for me. It might have been the bad experience because I had my former employer and all those guys sitting in front of me. I have to revisit it, but it did not land for me at all. The little meth head. I could see that. Did he cry in the film? Well, he stopped smoking weed, so he's not crying as much. The puppet project is still moving forward. Ben is completely done making all the puppets, all the costumes. We just have to get the studio finished. There's a lot more work that had to be done than we were expecting, and I've been so busy working every day that I have not had a chance to get up there, but our producer is moving on it, and it's looking really good. So once the sets are built, we're going to be rocking and fucking rolling, man. That's what I've been waiting for my entire life. So I'm just trying to remind myself of that and not go crazy and look at fucking people sitting in front of the Batmobile or talking about movies that I love or making stuff or whatever. I want, I'm just trying to focus and do right and be good. And when it's time to light the fuse, just light the fuse. Florida Man versus Meth Moose. Well, Florida Man does have, the second one I wrote has some drug infused animals in it, but that might change depending on how the fad goes. But I wrote that before Cocaine Bear the movie came out. I knew about the Cocaine Bear story, but it all came from there was that story that people were flushing meth down the toilet and alligators were getting it, and I was just like, well, how do you not make a movie about that? But they are now. Like Frontal and Ray's son is directing Meth Gators, so it's a weird world we live in. But sorry, I'm just reading everybody's stuff here. Yeah, I don't know. Today's been a weird mix. It's more fun when I have somebody with me and we could just riff off each other. I'm getting like used to having somebody here, whereas in the beginning it was just me by myself just talking. Do other meth? They should all have meth teeth. So it's not really anything to be scared of. Your Florida Man comic you will get. We still have 50 copies of the. What if we use the stream to write a script? Yeah, there you go. Do it. I'm always telling people like get a fucking idea and just write it. I owe this dude the Pizza Face script. And I got to get that done to him relatively soon. I've just been having a hard time trying not to hit beats that are in other slasher movies that are too much like it, or and then tracking down other horror movies that have like pizza delivery drivers and stuff in them, so I can't get blamed for stealing ideas. So I'm just trying to watch everything, and that's been the hardest part of everything over the last 2 years, is just like can't even make a reference to things anymore, because then they're going to say you stole it from somewhere. That's been difficult, because I love quoting other movies and stuff, or pulling out like a weird line from like a book or a song. And now I can't do that. The 19th hole. Well, there was a golf course horror movie already. There was Blades, about a killer lawnmower in a golf course, which is actually pretty funny. It's basically a Jaws ripoff. Didn't Kane Hodder play Pizza Face? In what? Because now I might have to throw the whole fucking script away. The only title I found that was called Pizza Face. Oh, wait, do you mean in House 4? That doesn't count. That's just a Pizza Face. Because I was like, fuck, did somebody else make it already? Because there was a short film called Pizza Face that didn't have anything to do with that. It was like a ghost or like a demon one. So I was going through to make sure that nobody's made a feature with that title. Okay, good. It was the fourth. I was like, wait a minute. Oh no. I'm going to have to call this dude and be like, hey man. Because he has a pizza shop and he wants me to write a horror movie that revolves around it. And thankfully kitchens and pizza places have like a lot of cool shit you can use as weapons to kill people. And then it's an excuse to also do like, the 70s porn pizza delivery man. Yo, what's going on? Live chat. First draft by Schluck and all viewers. Doing it with Bowl movie marathon? Sure. We'll do House of the Dead, Postal, Blood Rain. What else would be on there? What was it? Fat Blubberella was a movie that he made. Can write it. Dude, werewolves my car. How about Last Crack House on the Left? Tortoise on Speed. He also did Alone in the Dark, which was a terrible movie. That's another one that played in a theater. In the Name of the King played in a theater. We both used to get shit released theatrically. Not anymore. Actually, I don't think he's making movies anymore. That's My House. I wanted to make one about a haunted house, and it's just called Totally Not Haunted. and it's a real estate agent trying to sell a really haunted house. We can get a live watch party up in here. Yeah, we should eventually. I'd love that. Louis Ball is a menace to society. I like when he beats up film critics. He did it once, but it was awesome. Just beat the shit out of Peter Travers from Rolling Stone. Fuck movie critics. I'm gonna grab a drink. Tell us about your connection to the guy who's doing the Wednesday reviews. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. And I'm back. Awesome. Oh yeah, so I've kind of opened the doors to people putting up reviews, and the guy who's been doing some with the Spanish accent, he was doing some editing for me, and he does movie reviews as well, and I think he's extremely. Are you guys going to see The Flash? Yes, I'm seeing The Flash tomorrow morning. Do theaters sell crazy snacks there? Days like this? No, nowadays it's. I mean, my theaters. My one theater that I run is more modern. It has hot food. You know, the brick fire pizza and chicken fingers and French fries and all that kind of stuff. And then my other cinema, the one we filmed the other night at, is much older. It's like it was built in 1922, and it's just like popcorn, candies, nachos, stuff like that. But yeah, so I was saying, he was doing some editing for me, and I really like his movie reviews as well. Like him and Professor Macabro. I was just like, why don't you guys just do some for my channel? I won't monetize it, and then it's an excuse to lead people back to your channel. And I think they've been great so far. And then so I've got one coming up. He's doing Jesse James meets Frankenstein's daughter. You refer to as no race does review zero. He's kind of taking a break from it right now, but he's supposed to do some reviews for me. And then the guy who's got one in June is actually Butch Patrick's manager from Butch Patrick from the Munsters. I met him when I was still with the other show, and he and I hit it off. And he's like, well, I do reviews. I was like, come do one for me. So he did one for me that's really good. But I'm always trying to, when does the Flash review come out? I think I can put it up Monday. I think that's when the embargo goes off. I wanted to put it up earlier than that, but I don't want Warner Brothers to sue me because I don't have any money. Not that they would see this fucking channel. And I'm going to do, I'm doing Spider-Verse tomorrow night, and then I'll put that up on Thursday. So that'll be up. I'm trying to get like a video out a day going forward, just kind of like to have even little shit for people to look at, even like the soda reviews and stuff like that. It's just something. It makes me feel like I'm being productive when all I'm doing is running the theaters. But yeah, no, anybody who wants to do a review in our Discord, I just keep telling people, send me stuff. If you have a channel and you want people to get a little bit more eyes on you, like right now there's 26 people watching this. We get like we'll get between like 600 to 3,000 of late views, except for the fucking Bud Light video, which is almost at 2,000 or 200,000 views. So being involved with me is not going to get you like, you're not going to get the old show's numbers. But like anybody who's got a cool take on movies and different, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Yo, what's going on, Homer? Get cool popcorn buckets. No, AMC and Regal are the only ones who get those. I try constantly to get Vistar to give us promo items. Vistar is the company you order all your concession from. And since I do bulk orders for the two theaters, yeah, again, Dillinger, you're right. It's like my biggest thing is I don't really care. I don't want to make any money off of anybody. I don't want ever to be accused of taking other people's work and shit like that. You want to do a review with Metz? Metz would do that because Metz mentions you a lot when we're having conversations with people about like what the channel is. Like if we go out to eat before we film and people ask what we do, we're always talking about you guys and all that kind of stuff. So it's fun. Like it gives us both something very much to look forward to every week. You'd love to have me on your channel? Yeah, just tell me when you're gonna do it, man. If my schedule allows it, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Lords of Dogtown. I saw that in the theater. Popcorn buckets are cool. So what do they use? They go through probably just through the studios and they get the really cool ones. I always see them whenever I go to like a Regal or an AMC. I don't. If I start collecting crap like that, I'll hate myself even more. But yeah, my theater doesn't get that kind of stuff. It's hard enough to get fucking posters anymore. I'm gonna do a dual review. That's okay. No, they won't flag you if I'm not in it. You know, the people who watch to flag me are, you know, they don't care about you. What are you writing? Sorry, I checked that out again. That's cool. I usually collect cool popcorn buckets. I got the Jurassic Park one, the cracked egg. Oh, good. I wish I would have done so I got to see Dungeons and Dragons like a month before it came out, and I wish I did a review of it because so far it's been one of my favorite movies of the year, and it sucks that people didn't see it in the theater, but now they're starting to catch it on on streaming, and they're really, really enjoying it. And I kick myself about not doing a review of it, but mostly because I've never actually played D&D. I didn't want to get shit wrong and then get people mad at me. How many complaints do you get per week? Not as much. I did get one. I got some for the the Flash video, but oh yeah, the anti-trans comments are insane. I think the last review, I mean the Barbarians review got nuked from orbit, and it was flagged for hate speech. And I got like a flag on like a check of the channel by YouTube. And I said, like, explain to me where anything anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-minority is on that. You can't, because it doesn't exist, because it's just people fucking with me, you know? And the fact that YouTube didn't do anything about it makes me believe that somebody who has a bit more power did, you know? Did they tell you what the hate speech was? No, they didn't. And that's the whole thing. And that's what fucking drives me nuts, is I have no power in these things. And again, it hasn't been a while. I know that shit still talked about me on the Discord of the other channel. And, there's some comments every now and again that people send, but, it's just, yeah, exactly. We haven't gotten nothing too bad recently. Would you ever set up a Rumble account? What's Rumble? I don't know that one. Remember when movies used to go? Oh, that's cool. The Pokemon cards I remember. So I remember twice they did that. They did it for the first Pokemon movie because I was working in the theater. No, Pokemon 2000, they did it. And then they did it again for Detective Pikachu because I was working in the theater for both of them. When the second Harry Potter movie came out, they did little Legos of the double-decker bus. Indiana Jones, they did Legos. The Crystal Skull, they did Legos. Bunch of cool stuff. What's the longest you've stayed up, and what was the reason? First off, the AI thing. AI is a tool, but it's a tool that can be used poorly. Granted, I'm the plagiarist guy, so I have no fucking say in this. But if it's just for ideas, fine, as long as somebody else is fleshing it out. And because an AI generator doesn't understand human emotion yet, and let's hope it doesn't for Skynet. So I'm not anti-AI, but I also don't like it as somebody who tries to be a creative. Yeah, what was the second question there? Or something else I wanted to say, and I just totally lost track of it. What's the longest I stayed up, and what's the reason? Longest I stayed up was 72 hours. And it was during that period, that October, during during the whole Monster Madness thing. I just could not sleep, The Chat GPT thing, yeah. 8-Bit Eric's always sending me ideas of Chat GPT scripts. It's crazy what it can do, but I'm also like, hey, stop. I'm finally getting to a place where people are looking at my scripts. Please don't take over, robots. Fucking Terminator. But yeah, so that's when I started to see my doctor about getting sleep meds and stuff, because I couldn't sleep. I lost 30 pounds. I literally had gone insane, and it's not something I ever want. No, it's something I never thought would happen, and something I never want to happen again. And like I was saying about the guy who said he's been going through depression and stuff, and the videos help. Like the things I used to watch to give me like calming were all making fun of me for being a plagiarist. So there was really no place to go at the time, and that sucked. Getting weird Instagram messages. Oh, okay. My cable box just lit up. I don't know why. Yeah, so, that sucked, and I never want to do that again, because I like sleeping. I tell people I'm good in bed. I can sleep like 10 hours at a time. Yeah, I don't know, guys. What else is up? Like, hit me up with some more of these fucking questions. It'll give us time to not have dead air. Again, it's more fun when I have somebody with me. I texted people tonight. I was like, does anybody want to come live stream with me? And nobody responded. But they'll be there tomorrow when I run fucking Spider-Verse. Fair weather piece of shit. Actually, the only people who've been to my apartment so far is my lawyer, my friend Brian, and Metz are the only people so far. But I've lived here a month now. And like I said in the beginning of the video, it's going to be harder to stream here for the next 2 months, because I'm moving my brother in, because he's been dealing with some problems, and he needs a place to stay right now. So I'm going to let him come live with me for 2 months while he gets things situated with his ex-wife. I don't know what the situation is there, but... And I'm back and forth between the two theaters and the studio anyway, so I'm very rarely home. You're insane to the max. Does this mean you're baloney in your slacks? Yes, that does actually mean that. It's a common problem of mine. I don't know why the live chat keeps disconnecting for me. So I'm missing stuff when you guys send it through. That sucks. My laptop's like always slow when it comes to this kind of stuff. Okay, well, we'll take it on the run, baby. Yeah, but I hope to not miss too many live streams, or I'll find a place to live stream from while he's here or whatever, so that I can keep in touch with people, because this is actually like my favorite thing to do, is to talk to you guys and have interactions with people that aren't total pieces of shit. I mean, we've had problems in here, but thankfully not too many. And I banned a bunch of people from the channel. I banned a dude just yesterday, actually, who clearly has several accounts and just keeps trying from different accounts. So I just keep trying to hit each one of them. People have way too much fucking free time, dude. Like, I wish I had that kind of time to just be a dick. What was he doing? Leaving shitty comments. Just being a shitty shithole, And so I booted him. He was the same one who reached out to the guy who did the other review for me, saying that, like, you should really know about who you're getting involved with, because I could tell you some things that he probably hasn't told you. Like, everyone doesn't fucking know what has gone on in my life over the last few months. So, I took care of that, because, no one needs that shit. They're doing something out of the kindness of their heart, and because they want to express themselves as a film reviewer, and you have people who just need to be shitty, It's like, go attack the other channel. It's bigger. They filter all their shit out, so only the nice stuff comes through. let's see what we got last year. Hold on, what was he doing? I'm glad that not being a dumb paywall. Yeah, I'm not doing that shit. Live stream with him over his favorite movie. Well, I was gonna say you and Metz could stream from the pizza place downstairs. That'd be funny. Dude, I could have. No, he's from his own. If it's the same dude, there's that Reddit, and then he has his own version of that Reddit because he thinks that all the ones at the other one are gay. He projects his own frailties as a heterosexual man a lot on there, and it's like, dude, you might be gay. The things you say, and you're projecting, and just be gay. You know, nothing fucking wrong with that. But what do I know? You know, I'm a plagiarist. Yes, 100%, Joe. Mentally ill. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. His blog is back, but I have not seen where it is yet. So I have not looked at what is being said. What are going on, Ian? How you doing? Make an Aerosmith farewell movie in the style of Detroit Rock City. I like Detroit Rock City. That's Have you ever seen the show Pensacola Wings of Gold? No, what's that? I've never heard of that before. Oh yeah, he thought that I was screwing Metz with money from YouTube. And Metz is fully aware of how much money this channel makes. So it's like, when I buy us pizza and beer and stuff like that, that's the money this channel makes. Like, I'm not making anything off these videos. It's like, it's cool that we're monetized. She needs a contract. Yeah, we'll get her a contract. But like, Metz knows I will take care of them, and they know that I'm not out here trying to be anything else. I don't know. We'll get Metz a contract. Where's Metz at? Metz is working tonight, and they're off tomorrow as the anniversary of the death of their friend. And Thursday I have to work, so we're gonna chat. We'll do next week. But a bunch of people messaged me tonight. Not a bunch, but like 3 or 4 people asked me if I was gonna stream tonight. So I was like, fuck it, I got nothing else to do. I'm all done adulting for the day. I might as well jump on here and talk to you guys. Yeah, and he's not the only one. There's a couple crazy ones. You're always, they're always gonna be a couple, but we've kind of started to foster a nice little group of people. And if people are watching who just want to pick apart shit that I say, whatever, the whole thing has been, you're obsessed and you never move on from it. It's like, well, it's hard to move on from it when people bring it up fucking constantly. Did you see the original Justified series, the FX? No, I remember when it was on though. I remember a lot of people telling me to watch Justified, but I never got around to it. I was late to the party on like It's Always Sunny and shit like that because I never watched TV. I was always at work, so I would watch movies. And then when I was home, it was like pop in a DVD or something like that to fall asleep to. Yeah. I used to, for the longest time, it was either Simpsons DVDs or like Arrested Development because they would just keep playing episode to episode. So I could just put them on and fall asleep to it. And I remember an ex was like, yeah, I was dreaming about the menu thing for It's Always Sunny, where it's just Ron Howard's voice, and she said that like that whole narration was in her dream, and I thought that was kind of funny. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Thoughts on Cemetery Man? I want to review Cemetery Man. Cemetery Man is fucking awesome. It's you're on episode 670 of One Piece. Jesus Christ. Cemetery Man is incredible. It's based on the Italian Dylan Dog comic books. Not the Brandon Ralph Dylan Dog. And the movie was directed by Michela Suave. And it is basically like a Tim Burton, Terry Gilliam fever dream. It's one of the most beautiful Italian horror movies ever made. It's probably the last great Italian horror movie. Do you watch Succession? No, but I saw James Gunn's post today. I guess it just ended. There's a bunch of shows I need to get to. Is Succession on HBO Max? Because I'll check it out. The Idiots Who Called My Boss. So nothing ever happened because when he threatened legal action, they stopped. But it was like, so back when I used to let them shoot, my favorite Pixar movie is WALL-E. That was Crystal and I's movie, actually. We were like, that was, something that we shared together on that one. I got her a little WALL-E plush for her birthday the one year. And then, those guys, it was wild to come back from St. Louis and to hear the messages that they left, because it's fucking crazy. But when I used to let them come and film rental reviews, or whatever they called it before rental reviews, when they were at my theater, we used to get messages because like everyone was like, I'm going to throw you guys out or whatever. And like people thought that was real and used to leave like terrible fucking comments. A little heist. I wrote a script called Galaxy of the Dead that was a zombie kind of space station heist movie. Brazil's great. Who was leaving messages for your boss? Just trolls. People like, you hired a plagiarist. Is a plagiarist there? Can we talk to the plagiarist? People saying shitty stuff that were clearly, Reddit people. And there was like 5 or 6 of them too. And, it sucks because they did the same thing when I worked at the water tower, and I think I talked about it in old videos. I had to explain to them like who these people were and all that shit. Okay. I had to explain to them the entire thing, and I had to explain to them what the Cinemassacre Truth was and what Hack the Movies was and all that shit. And they would review bomb the theater and leave nasty stuff about me. And of course I love They Live. It's a great fucking movie. So it sucks. It sucks when people know, again, like it goes back to a problem that I had watching Terry Gilliam's movie. It was The Death of Don Quixote. Yeah, because they started shooting that originally, and then with Johnny Depp, and then the whole thing fell apart. And it was Who Killed Don Quixote, I think, was the documentary about it. Sorry that happened. I'm glad they sort of backed off. Yeah, we haven't heard anything in a while. Also, the one of the mods at the Truth, did they do that? Yeah, no, they just left reviews for the Anthony Wayne saying like, how fucking dare you kick out James Rolfe? He's an internet royalty and yada, yada, yada. And, Ryan Schott could buy and sell you. So like, they didn't understand that it was a joke. So we got a lot of reviews of that stuff, it's very obvious, that I was joking and that we're doing a bit, but, they didn't get it. So that sucked. But, thankfully, the guy I work for now is, he knows what's up. And, he was the first one that I talked to when, he was the first one that I talked to when everything, was happening. And he offered me to come back there, but I took the water tower job because I didn't want to take a step backwards. Yeah. Do you think if Brian wasn't more of a public figure, he wouldn't get roasted? He wants to be a public figure. He wants to be the cool guy, It's very much a cult of personality over there. And I'm just as, I'm just as guilty of falling into it, that when you are there and you're part of it, don't you wish you had a rich dad to give you a small loan of $1 million? Yeah, right. But when I was there and we were insulated, we were only, and it was also probably because of COVID. that we were all hanging out together, and it was this weird world where you have the big screen TV and all the arcade games and the sets and stuff like that. And it's when you get out of it that you realize, oh fuck, it's a bunch of people who weren't popular in high school, who were bullied, who now have power and have created their own little world, you know. And if I was still there, because even when I was there, I thought about quitting a lot. There was just a lot of times when popular YouTubers need to be more. Yeah, I like Schlockmeister a lot, Caleb. So thank you for introducing me to his channels. I watch all of them. I wanted to quit a lot just with nonsense that was going on, but I didn't. I was scared. I wanted so badly to do a good job and to not be seen as the movie theater guy anymore. There was I was saying earlier in the set was filmed in a warehouse. No, it was filmed in the basement of the the offices. Was it for the redhead? Was what for the redhead? It was in the offices were up top, and then downstairs in the basement was the studios and the arcade and the kitchen, and then Tony and Kieran's office, and then in the back past all that stuff was the reason. Yes, it was. I wanted to be more. I wanted to not be the movie theater manager anymore. I thought I could make enough money and get myself into a position where I was something more, where I would be finally worthy of, of her. So I took that job, and at first I was just hired to be the games team manager, because the guy that they had doing it was a big talker but never actually did anything. In fact, when that fucking Animal Crossing game came out, there was all these deadlines that weren't being done, and then we checked his computer and he had logged like 200 hours and the game had just come out, so no work was getting done. So it was my job to go in and start like being a dick to these dudes who were like game programmers who were getting paid. Was Johanna a nice person? Yeah, we got along until everything fell apart, and then I'm she hates me just like all the other ones. She and Crystal are good friends, so I'm sure that that I'm sure I'm the biggest piece of shit ever, and abusive and all that kind of stuff, yeah, so I went into like clean house basically of those type of people and work on what projects we can cut and what we can salvage, and coming up with ideas for how to change games midstream, because they would do like the dude Sam who made the AVGN game was working on this other game called Super Jump and Shoot, and they wanted to create a they wanted to turn it into something else. So I had been working with them on this pitch for this other version of the game where we could take the basics and turn it into like the indie version of Mario Maker. And that we would have meetings and meetings and meetings, and then nothing would happen with that. Or like they wanted to do like a fishing simulator, and we went meetings and meetings and meetings, and nothing would get done of that. And it was just like we were just spinning our wheels. And eventually, do you have any arcade games in the theater? No, our lobby's way too small for that. At my bigger theater, I have some Crane games that somebody else owns, and we just we get a split of the profit. So then it went on for me, kind of taking it back from the gaming stuff a little bit. Like I set up the PAX East big booth. Like I had to do all the stuff with the Teamsters and all that shit, because Boston's a very union town. Working on getting, like I shot the documentary for the AVGN game and like a bunch of shit like that. But eventually I got into being a guest host on the other show, because we had shot what's up, man? Hey, what's going on, Eric? We had shot a short at the old studio on the old set, and it was cleared with certain people, but not with other people. So I got reamed out for that. And then they said, well, then do you want to just host the show with him? So that's what I did. I think it was Wishmaster was the first one I did, and people seemed to like it. So then I was doing that. And then I talked them out of kind of doing something and then buying his show. So they bought his show, and then I was responsible for getting 2 episodes out a week. And then they wanted to do all the podcast stuff. So, I came up with the title Peg Warmers, which was probably a bad idea, but I thought it was funny. Because a peg warmer is a toy that doesn't sell, it just sits there. And then they wanted to do the Mike show with Ryan, and Mike had a very specific schedule because he had a lot of other stuff going on. So I kept them, when I got fired in October, they still had episodes of the other 2 shows all the way into December. I mean, there was other episodes of Hack 2 that I shot that will never air, but I was good at that. I was good at keeping the schedule, ahead, and keeping the notes done and call times done and the edits between the 3 editors that we had and stuff like that. So before everything fell apart on me, I was going to become the production manager so that Justin could move into something else. But that never happened. But on top, it was just one of the many, many jobs you're doing. And then they say, hey, we need you to write 6 scripts for movie reviews, and now 6 is 15, now 15 is 26. Oh, a bunch of this sounds too much like you. Can you make it sound something like somebody else? And and I took a shortcut, and that shortcut cost me everything. So we ever see the stream? I don't know. She's in 2 of my reviews. She was in Pearl with me, and she was in Smile with me as well. She's cool. Cammy's always been super fucking cool. She's a great writer too. She wrote some AVGN episodes, and she rewrote a bunch of the Monster Madness episodes too, and never got thanked for that either. In fact, that extra money that she got from that went towards surgery for her cat, so it didn't die. So she actually thanked me. There just needs to be more checks and balances. I respect a lot of what they do. I wanted so badly before I worked there to work there because I was always kind of on the outside helping. And I just went into it at the wrong time with the wrong mindset. Because, when you work with people who aren't because I'm coming from a completely different world. Running movie theaters is like, it's different. You're when I was the GM and DM, I'm just answering to the owner, and the owner was like, just do what you got to do as long as we don't lose money. So scheduling and booking and all that kind of stuff. Like how shocked you looked on your face. That stuff is easy to me to do those things, and just you create a plan and we stick to the plan and we move forward. And if we have to adjust mid-plan, that's fine. But over there, it was just throwing shit at the wall. And every morning you'd have these 2.5, 3 hour long meetings about nonsense. And then, and ideas that were never going to see the light of day. And I feel, no, I don't want to. If she did come on, that and Blackenstein on DVD. I have both, actually. And Blackula is genuinely one of my favorite horror movies ever. I fucking love it. I love everything about the making of it and the people involved. If she ever came on, we wouldn't even talk about it because, that dude, that guy doesn't like me. He hates me, but I covered for him a lot, and I'm not going to tell tales out of school. I know they already have about me, but whatever. I cried. When I got confronted, I fucking cried, I look healthy. Thank you. I'm tired. I'm super tired. I feel like bags under my eyes. But, I don't want to sink to that level. And because in his whole rant, there was a lot of stuff that was, oh yeah, they finished filming in Prague recently. I saw that on Bloody Disgusting this morning, that they are done filming the Nosferatu remake. But if Cammy came on, we would just talk about movies, She's a great writer. If I ever got stuff done, I really, really, really want to. I really want to have her write a movie for me, because I think she's awesome. No Metz tonight. Yeah, Metz is Metz is at work tonight, and I got to work on Thursday, so we can't we couldn't cross over tonight. But next week we will. We'll maybe we'll do two next week. I don't know. We'll see how my schedule looks. But yeah, no, I invite Cami all the time out to and her boyfriend to come and how's the new apartment bigger than the last one? Yes, it is bigger than the last one. What's your shirt? My shirt is Joker. Holt really digging his teeth in it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I liked Renfield a lot. I thought it was fun. It needed more Nicolas Cage. But where was it? Oh yeah, so Cammy, like if she comes out again, I invite her to the movies all the time. Yep. Yeah, that was an interesting night. But it was one of those things that happened a lot. There was a little bit too much. I drank too much when I was working there. Part of it was to deal with stress and anxiety, and that's not a good sign. Is she watching the Satanic Neighbors? No, she's laying on the floor right here by my feet the entire time I talk. Yeah, she doesn't like being on camera anymore. When I'm filming, when I'm filming like a Zoom call with somebody, she's all up in my grill. Or like especially my psychiatrist has COVID, so we couldn't do an in-person session. And the entire time I'm trying to talk, my cat's butthole is like the eye of Sauron, or in the thing there. But I don't know what I was talking about. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. I'm happy to be back working for Real Cinemas. I had a little stake. Are you currently working any new projects? Do you write, produce your own movies? Yeah. Right now, what we have is. So do you think your dad went crazy with his political beliefs? Yes, I do. Um, no, I live apparently I live next to a pizza place and next to a bar, so you can hear the bar a lot. But earlier in the stream, it was all the Mr. Softy truck. Do I write and produce my own stuff? So in the last year, I might take over the business one day. His sons don't want to do it, so I that's why I've kind of taken on more responsibility with them since I came back. It used to be that I was just the general manager of the Wayne, and I had a little investment in it because that way bills can get paid and I don't need to go track the owner down. Now being the DM, it's just a matter of just like going back and forth and making sure things are running properly. Mr. Softy Truck After Hours, that'd be cool. Favorite type of sandwich? Roast beef club is probably my favorite type of sandwich, on rye toasted with spicy mustard. And we're talking about no, I don't. The movie theater industry is kind of a dying industry, but I like I like I like the idea of operating. It's weird to say, but like my church. Movie theaters are where I've always felt most comfortable, most energized, is sitting and watching a movie. Probably so many fucking dates. Like when I first started hanging out with Crystal, like we always went to the movies, like constantly. She would meet me at the movies after work or whatever. Um, and so I feel like I have a part in her movie. She won't admit it, but I had definitely a part in her movie IQ. But I like that, like picking the movies and picking the show times, and just you're controlling someone else's entertainment. Someone's going to walk into what could be the best movie they've ever seen that might send them off in another direction, or the worst movie they've ever seen, send them off in another direction, or somebody's first date that they come to, and it's just you're keeping these places alive that are just filled with ghosts. They've shown so many movies over the years. They have such a power over the community, and the mom and pop movie theaters are going. Modern day Socrates, sure. All we are is dust in the wind. I've been revisiting a lot of 70s movies. The 70s Wicker Man is incredible. And people forget that because of the Nick Cage one, but it's you know, Christopher Lee basically did that movie for free. He thought the script was so fucking good, and he knew they wouldn't be able to afford him. Your dad a Fox News guy? I think my dad is worse than that. You know, but I've tried. I've tried on many, many occasions to talk to him every birthday, every Father's Day. But you know, he doesn't want anything to do with it. So did you? No, there's no story. I just thought it would be really funny. I was up in the projection booth building the print, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna put all like highbrow movie trailers before Fast X." There you go. Nobody even noticed it or said anything about it, so it was just funny. I just do little things for me, you know. Back when it used to be film on right before the tail projects, I would always scratch like hi or my name or something into the emulsion side of the film, so it would project for like a second. Um, but I've been doing this for 24 years now. And again, saying is about like, you know, feeling responsible for a building that's been in a place, hiccups now, for a really long time. He's not, no, he's not a white supremacist. He's just, I think Tarantino's comments about streaming. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying for years that, you know, streaming movies, especially now, there's so much stuff that it's harder and harder and harder to for anything to not get lost. You know, unless you're making like a huge movie like Citadel or something like that. There's just something more special about the theatrical experience. There's something about the marquee and the poster and all that. You know, he's a little bit on the far right. Yeah, he is. You know, I used to date this girl who was half black, half Korean, and my dad was not down with that. And I was like, look how hot she is. Look how ugly I am. You should be proud of me. But my biggest thing was I've always been a fucking outcast and a loser and you know, the weirdo. So when you see people who are that can't hide behind being a white dude, you know, you try to befriend them and you know, make them feel not as lonely and ostracized. So I always gravitated towards the gay kids and the fat kids and the other, you know, the other kids who felt outcasts, and then we got together and we made our own little weird art, you know. Is he pro? I don't know. We haven't talked since. So I couldn't tell you. All films are digital files now. They either come via satellite and they're ingested directly into our TMS system, or you get a hard drive that gets ingested into your projectors and then they're built up that way. Totally agree with you what Tarantino said about movies. It's crazy. I wish I could have seen. Yeah, me too. I saw it on streaming. Um, I wish I had more time to get to the film festivals and stuff like that. At least just to talk to them. Yeah, my mom came around. You know, she was at the Horror Con when I unveiled the comic book and stuff like that, and she told me she was proud of me. So that meant a lot to me. And again, I'm moving my brother in with me for 2 months so he can get his life, you know, in order. He didn't offer me the same when I had all my problems, but that's neither here nor there. My whole goal is just to help people. You know. Oh, the 2012 Red Dawn. It was originally made in like 2010, and it just sat and sat and sat because they had to change it a bunch of times to who the villain was going to be. Will your brother be on the stream? Maybe I'll bring him on the stream. That'd be kind of weird. He's so not into the stuff. He's younger than me. He's 4 years younger than me. He's completely bald, and he's got a beard, and he's got 4 kids. South Jersey in us. But yeah, I don't know if he wants to sit and talk, but we'll probably wind up talking about like hockey a lot, and I doubt any of you would be interested in that because that's the one thing. He was my goalie growing up all the way into high school for us. So, and he had 2 open heart surgeries on the day that he was born. So he has this nasty scar around his arms. You love hockey? All right. They were kids. Oh God, a hockey podcast. We can call it Puck You. Is he into porn? I don't know. I haven't asked him. I mean, he's got 4 kids, so Not like me. I have a cat. I think it's weird when those dudes also on Reddit get all uppity about like me. They keep calling me a pervert, and I'm just like, okay, because I have a normal fucking sex drive. Oh, all right, that makes sense then about the financial issues. I'd be down for a Stanley Cup stream. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, it's Vegas and Florida, real hockey hotbeds. Vegas is in their second Cup Finals, and they haven't even been in the league 10 years. I mean, I kind of am a pervert, but not like in a bad way. Jersey Devils for life. When the Devils won their first Stanley Cup in '95, they had their parade in a parking lot because they didn't have enough fans, and they were in North Jersey. Quasimodo and stuff. No, nothing like that. What was that last one? Do you like that old? I love Slapshot. Slapshot's the best hockey movie ever made. Being from Mission, gotta say, go Wings. Yeah, better than the Flyers. Yep, Flyers haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1975. They lost in the Cup Finals to Detroit in 1997. I was at Game 3 in Philadelphia. Not fun, but they beat Mark Messier and Wayne Gretzky to get to the finals, who were playing in New York at the time. Okay, in Lowell area, don't be fooled. It gets the girls. It just doesn't. Not recently. There was like a weird period of time where I was doing really well for myself, but not anymore. It's harder now. I'm rebuilding myself, and obviously the people aren't around anymore. So And if you're in the Lowell area, you have the Lowell Lock Monsters was their AHL team. Thoughts on Canada? I love Canada. I went to school in Vancouver for a year. I've been to Winnipeg and Edmonton and all that kind of stuff. Would be Quasimodo's a Trauma love story. We could do that, The Humpback of Notre Dame. The Red Wings are crazy. Whenever I hear Red Wings, I always think about going down on a girl and getting clown mouth. It's all right. That's how I get so buff. Beat my dick like it owes me money. Ann Arbor, I've been there before. Okay. Yeah, I'm a big hockey fan. I love Canada. But I also love Philadelphia, and that's why I'm here. And Tucson. I love Tucson as well. Clown House? No, I won't be watching Clown House. Movie was directed by the guy who made Jeepers Creepers, and he was a pedophile, and he molested the star of the movie throughout the entire shoot. So I won't be watching that one ever again. Have you ever watched Red Cow Arcade? No, people have brought it up to me. I know what it is. I don't need to be reminded on how much I suck. I already know that. Justin Long. Yeah, he's in Jeepers Creepers. Throw Mama from the Train, from the woman from Deadly Friend, and that's where it makes you hate Coppola. Just like right out of jail, he's like, hey, come work for Disney. Oh, okay. I don't have a VCR anymore. I love Goonies. My former co-host hates Goonies. I don't know how you could hate Goonies. I wish I still had my VCR. I left it at the old place, never got it back. See, people told me that they talked a lot of shit, so Well, I mean, if it gets you clicks, man, like nobody knew who they were probably until all that shit. So good for them, man. Find your fucking niche and exploit it. I've seen, like, people have told me things that were said, and A, it's not, a lot of it's not true, and B, it's like secondhand stuff, and and half ideas of what things were. And by the way, Newt, I'm also going. Oh, really? Blood Book's fantastic. Goonies is great, but Monster Squad doesn't. I love Monster Squad. I got the poster right behind me. Do you still have the Batmobile I sent you? Yes, I do, actually. It's on my desk in my office at the theater. I want to go to the Popeye Town as well. Let me see. What was that? I feel like you were interviewed by those guys. They worked too. I don't want to I don't want to be interviewed by any of those people because no matter what I say or do, it's going to be misconstrued, and it's I can't win either way. Like you know you're going to have people who say that it was all me and I went rogue and I fucked everything up, and then you're going to have people who say that certain people should have been keeping track of that stuff over the period of time. And should have so other people are going to say, well, why wasn't that person doing everything on their own? And it doesn't matter. Nobody's ever going to win. Ever played Bush or No Bush in the theater? I've played all kinds of games in the theater. I literally every theater I've ever worked in, I've pretty much tagged every auditorium. It's what I do. Yeah, I've had fun in movie theaters over the years. So take that for what it's worth. Um, Never with like employees or anything like that. How much time do you think you spent in movie theaters in your life? 24 years. So I got I got head in the back of a theater doing Avatar. There you go. Might be the only thing memorable about that movie. I don't know, 24 years, let's say on average, 5 days a week. It's a lot because over the last the 8 years I ran Wayne, I was there 6 days a week. I think the most I ever took off was 2 days in a row. Um, so yeah, a lot of time, a lot of time. But that's how I afford apartments and shit like that. I was making more money working at the Wayne than I was working at Screenwave, and that's something I didn't factor in. I just factored in the clout aspect of it. And had I stayed, the Wayne would still exist. So I kind of feel responsible for killing something that had been so important to a community for so long, and that sucks. That bothers me. Because if I didn't go, obviously I would have never done the other show, which meant I would never have met a lot of you people. Uh, it's sad the Anthony Wayne, very sad. I've driven past it twice, and it bothers me both times. Um, you don't know that though. I don't know. I just feel like I would have been. I mean, if we were able to get the Narberth still running during COVID because I would work at Screenwave during the week, and then on weekends I would help out Saturday and Sunday at the Narberth just to help the owner with because he was understaffed and all that kind of stuff. And um, I was vaccinated and all that shit. And I knew all the protocols because I was the office manager at Screenwave, so I knew all the safety protocols for COVID and all that shit. So I was thinking about like, well, I probably wouldn't have met you people because I wouldn't have been on the other show, but you know, I would still have those people as my friends. So it's hard to think about the alternate timeline where this shit doesn't happen because no matter what, the producer I'm working with on movie stuff was around the entire time. He's the one who took Crystal and I out to LA and set us up at that an amazing house in Malibu and paid for everything. Just COVID came along and stopped all those plans. So, his whole thing was, had you not gotten fired, you were just going to come work for me eventually. But, it's weird. I try not to think about it too much because it does hurt my feelings. And it's something I talked to my therapist about. Your official title was office manager. That was what was on my business card. But I was inventory, games team, production department, writer, producer, schedule maker. I was constantly running errands in the vans, doing pickups and drop offs. I built the owner's deck in his backyard, a 75K a year. No, not at all. I made $2,800 a month after taxes. So I think I was like 35 a year when it was all said and done. Um, yeah. So, getting vans, uh, yeah, and then laying flooring as well at one of their rental properties because no one else would do it, and I said I would do it because I thought that it would, I thought that that would ingratiate me more with them. Um, nope, no overtime. You're paid salary. They had good benefits though. They had very good benefits because when I had Bell's palsy, that came in handy. That was caused by them, so it's like I should. But these are things I did for people who I thought were my friends, Um, I didn't see it as, good night, Caleb. Enjoy Hands of Steel. I didn't see it as predatory because I was there and I was in it and I was part of it. Um, yeah, I know. Well, we get blinded by people are watching the YouTube show where you get to talk about movies and people are watching you and commenting and sending you things to sign. Like it gets oh yeah, 100%. Um, and then again, that's why Justin would never leave because he knows where all the bodies are buried. So Ryan's got to keep him happy. That's just me talking. I don't know anything. But you get wrapped up in it, and you think that like because Brian promised me a 20% raise. Same thing I heard Kieran say when I watched back the little segment that I saw. So that's a thing. It's a carrot on a stick. We were gonna make a movie. I pitched. Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that. Good for him, I guess. Um, we I pitched a movie to James called Cinemassacre, and it was going to be a first. The idea was to have his filmmaking friends remake his shorts and do like an anthology thing where he's like a horror host. And then I said, what if we do one where every short is a different angle of filmmaking? Yes, P. Yes, that's back 2 years ago. That was the case. We were both told. We were both told we were all told on the same day that was the case, and obviously I've more experience with trans people and was very supportive and like asked when they wanted different pronouns and all that kind of stuff. Other people not as much, but whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, so I had pitched this idea, and I don't know. I don't know. I know that they hate me, and that's all I know. That's all I care about. Um, I'm the biggest joke in history. But yeah, so I pitched this idea where each one was a different filmmaking short. There's one about editing and filmmaking and all this kind of stuff, and it was all ready to go, and then they didn't want to do it anymore, so we came up with something else. And the other thing that I come up with was called The Last Halloween, and it was a really fun idea. And Kieran wanted to be in it, so I wasn't allowed to be in it anymore, but I was going to write it, but then it was going to be handed off to a more professional writer and filmmaker, and then they were going to find ways to incorporate all these cameos and stuff like that. So I worked on that, and then that never went anywhere. And then Ryan gave me $7,000 for Sharkula, but then that's what started all the problems was, well, you're not a very good writer. You're more of an idea man, as the gamer girl guy calls me. So we're gonna bring in another writer, and then it became Tony had an idea for what it was gonna be, and I was fighting for it because I'm like, you guys are not making a fun creature feature. You're trying to make like something more mainstream, but this isn't that. You don't call something Sharkula if you want to, So them telling me I'm not a good writer, and then things sounding too much like me, it fucked with my head. Like it fucked with my head hard, and made me, question everything about myself and do stupid fucking things. So that I'll catch you later. Hey, good night, man. Have a good one. Catch you on the Discord. Let's definitely been doing better now financially. Doing better now. Well, I mean, I just moved, so I have a lot more in his 40s. I can see that. Yeah, I know. And it's again like this is the script, and every page has red pen all over it of just all the things that very Newt writing. So that was kind of the thing constantly, like D-, see me after class. Like these were I got a bunch of these notes, and this is a 100-page script. And then it became we got to take out all the nudity. We got to take out a lot of the cursing and stuff like that. And I understand. Do you think actually? Do I think anyone from that watches my channel? No, not at all. I don't exist. I'm a fucking joke. So I don't think so at all. But for 7K, I was ready to do it. Like I put some of my own money into it. Do they actually think anybody watches the channel to see them? Yes, they do. Yes. And they bought into their own hype when I was there. Trust me. But I did too. I liked being the yin to the yang. I liked throwing a fucking wrench into the conversation and just watching where things went. Yeah, so I went to Immortal Masks, which make these really cool silicone-based masks, and I had them do a doctored version of their Great White Mask, so it was its own thing, so that legally I could use it in the movie. And I did blood red eyes and the vampire teeth in the front, so it looked like the Salem's Lot vampire a little bit. Because it's the whole thing is then they claim more ownership of things. Then you don't get your piece of the pie. Gotta go. See you. Good night. How night. Yeah, he was harassing me when I announced that I was doing the Mars vs. Cheerleaders, because then he started harassing the company who was making the movie, and then he started harassing just a bunch of other people that were involved in that. So I lost jobs because of it. Well, I don't know. I wasn't there when the slobs got added. I helped on a lot of behind the scenes stuff. I never really watched the show. I knew James when he worked at the movie theater, and then back in 2006, maybe, I had gone out to LA in 2004 with the Street Sharks. I'd gone out to LA with this project, and it didn't get moving enough. But I had a little bit of movement, and Justin introduced me to James again, and we had a meeting in South Jersey at this diner, and James had read my script and gone through all the things that he wanted to do with it, and we were ready to go, and then his channel took off a lot more. I don't know about that. The thing is, like, Justin gets a hard time, but he genuinely knows he genuinely knows a lot about a little bit of everything. He's super smart and incredibly funny. They did a number on me. No, I did a number on myself, because the smart people are the ones who go, I'm not doing that. That's not my job, And my confidence was shot. Before we got to, was the same where you met the director of Bloodsucking Freaks? No, he made me uncomfortable. Joel Reed made me fucking uncomfortable. My buddy Kevin and I were talking about that not too long ago, because he was there. Yeah, by the time I got Bell's palsy, I was really I thought I was at my lowest. but it only got worse. Do you have to drop the? I'll drop the Discord thing in here when we wrap up. I don't want this to turn into like a fucking let's clip this and put it on Reddit thing, because it's not. Again, I'm taking full fucking responsibility. I'm an adult man who at his own volition said, I'm going to do this because it's going to help me move to the next level. I really thought that, that I was going to eventually catch that carrot on a stick, but that's not how it works. It's like an old arcade game. You play and play and play until the kill screen happens, Yeah, that bugged me a little bit. The day it happened, when I was in the hospital, oddly enough, the first person to call me was James's wife, which I did not expect at all. But yeah, I woke up. I've been feeling like, leading up to it, I've been feeling like really bad. Has anyone ever apologized? No, no one ever has. I met one dude at the con in Monroeville that I was a guest at, and one dude was like, "I'm a member of that thing," and I wanted to take a picture with him, but he wouldn't do it. And I was like, "What's your screen name? I want to look for your comments about me," but he wouldn't do it. Yeah. I mean, I'll give it up to, to Crystal was incredibly fantastic when I had it. And she was going through a lot too at the time with other stuff. So I appreciate her. But again, once I got out of the hospital, it's like, well, are you coming back to the office? We got an order of, what side was it? It was this side here. We got an order of AVGN, BFG or something came in. We need these unloaded off the truck. And, everybody who worked upstairs who was a channel manager was like, 19, 20, 21 years old, and they don't lift things. So it was always my job to get things off the truck and then jack them up and move them down, then carry them and put them away and stuff like that, or to go clean the warehouse and stuff like that. So yeah, I came back to work after that. But then again, at the theater, when I got the industrial staple through my hand and pinched the nerve, I came back to work after that. But that's because nobody would work. Yeah. I don't know. Didn't they originally think you were faking it? Yes, I heard that too. Well, they told people that I had Botox, is what they were saying at the Halloween party the night that I got the call about those guys had said stuff to her. They had said I got botched Botox. Do I seem like the kind of guy who's worried about what he looks like? And then one of them said I only got stung by a bee. You were doing a skit like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That was one of the most terrifying, because you don't know, like, I've never had Bell's palsy. I've heard of people who've had Bell's palsy before, but like, you're thinking to yourself, like, is this forever? Like, is this going to be, is this going to be what my face looks like for the rest of my life? And I was so fucking like scared, and it's terrifying. Yeah, I should get like total like Botox and like hair restoration to repair my hairline and all that kind of stuff, and come back and well, you can get a Phantom mask. I should be the Phantom of too many games. Yeah, so that kind of stuff sucked. Yes, I was worried that it was a stroke at first. And they were worried that it was a stroke at first, the hospital, before they finally did was this before the whole voicemail incident? Yes, that was before that. That was a joke. I okayed that. But, the reaction originally was just a clout chasing one, and that upset me. We had a meeting about it. But will you start doing crunches to get a six-pack? I have an exercise bike. I'm working on it. It's hard because I work weird hours and I eat on the run. So get Botox and hair plugs, white teeth, and you can look like Roy. Yeah, there you go. It did. Did James know any of these meetings and things? No, not at all. He was only involved in when they would do their calls with him and stuff like that. You know, but again, like things that didn't involve him, you know, they did their own stuff. You know, he was never involved in like screenwave business or anything like that. And I wound up being involved in Cinemassacre stuff and Screenwave stuff and Act the Movie stuff and all that kind of stuff all together. And I was just kind of drafted into things and brought places with them, you know. And then because we would go off on these adventures or on these meetings, I would have to stay later at work, and then I wouldn't get a chance to eat until super late at night, or I would drink, and then that's when I started gaining weight and not sleeping. So, favorite Neil Diamond song? I don't know. I guess we would just go with Sweet Caroline. I think that would be the easy one. Well, you know, oh geez, dialysis is not fun at all. There's a couple guys who I met through this whole, you know, endeavor who had also tried to kill themselves, and you know, they're on dialysis and stuff like that. It's horrifying, but I try to, you know, keep in touch with them because they kept in touch with me, and you know, they that's a good song, Brooklyn Roads. They had the wherewithal to call me when, you know, I gave them my number, and you know, we talked, and I talked about doing something. Yeah, it's also too many people out for themselves too. Yo, what's going on, man? Race people were talking about you earlier, and asking when you were going to be doing a review for the channel. Cherry Cherry, that's a good song too. I recall you saying that you're friends with a biker gang. Not a whole biker gang, just a couple guys who are in a bike gang. I know weird people in a lot of weird places. Like if you ever like get together um, with just like my group of friends, it's very eclectic. Like Race can tell you, oh, they're not fans, they're just friends of mine. But Race can tell you, like the group of people who were at our hotel room, we had the suite at the con that Race came out to. It's just a big group of weird people from weird places, and we just collect strays and bring them along with us. What movie should I watch right now? I don't know. What streaming service do you have? That's the first question. And the answer is always Swamp Zombies 2, so that I get the cent and a half residual at the end of the month. I don't know. I like being friends with all kinds of weird, different people and bringing people together, and people meet new people, and you know, getting to introduce Metz to you guys. Who you just, you know, that'd be kind of cool. Everybody's all over the place though. Like everybody's in different fucking countries, and you know, and different states and stuff like that. I got it all, baby. Oh, well, that's something. I don't know. What's good right now? I watched Air the other night. I like that. So is there a Swamp Zombies 2 director's cut? No, the director's cut is the movie, because Len threw out a big chunk of my script. I'll buy the drinks. Okay. Do you hear you collect motley crew of superheroes? Yeah, sometimes you got to be good guys and bad guys. And the hookers. All right, well, that's fine. Yes, I saw Polite Society. It became Bollywood Get Out, which I did not see coming. Have you seen the 90s Lassie movie? No, I didn't. It was pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. Great cast, great message behind the movie as well. Kind of wish I had seen it in theaters, but it was in and out so quickly, just like me. Yeah, I've been trying to catch stuff on streaming because I'm usually, if I'm closing one or two of the theaters, I'll be there for like 2 hours plus after the last movie started, and I shut everything down, or I'm just waiting for the movie to get out. Saw your Flash review. Was that your first time seeing them? Well, they were wearing pasties. We did it the right way so that nobody got mad. Because Metz does have a boyfriend and a girlfriend. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was on the up and up. But no, I've seen them before because they were in 2 of my movies already. So I have seen Metz's chesticles before. Well, she saw my dick too because she saw that picture the guy drew. So the original picture. I like James Gunn. I like Slither. I like Super. I hope that he doesn't try to make DC another Marvel clone because I think that will be the end of superhero movies. I am Bill Party. Okay. One day I'll see them in real life. You never know. Oh, yes, Slither joke. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Chesticles. Slither was fun. I mean, Slither is essentially a loose remake of Night of the Creeps, but still I love Night of the Creeps too, so. I gotta go back and watch it again. I haven't seen it in a long. I have it on DVD too. Maybe I'll do a review of that. That'd be a fun one. I want to do some more action stuff and some more kung fu stuff and all, because I feel like people are kind of getting tired of the horror, but that's kind of my bread and butter. You never know, but you're in the middle. Metz and I make a wobbly H out of you. Did not care for Brightburn. It was all right. Yeah, he does tell off people, which is pretty fantastic. We need more celebrities telling people to go fuck themselves and, telling them that they're wrong about stuff. Because then it's like you could just, be real and not now that he's going to be with the studio, he's got to be more of a company man. But I met Tom Atkins in a parking lot at a horror con. They did it outside one, like a picnic thing. And I met him and Adrienne Barbeau. And then I had sex in the backseat of my car. Oppenheimer looked good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Oppenheimer, actually. That's one of the trailers I put before Fast X. We actually don't because it convinces more people. Yeah, I know. Little Mermaid was pretty bad. Tom and Adrian are both clients of Sean Clark. Okay, that makes sense then. I'd love to work with both of them. I'm such a fan of both of them. Yeah, I wanted Little Mermaid to be good because the original animated one is one of my favorite Disney movies. The girl who played Little Mermaid was great. They did Ursula pretty well. Everything else was bad. Javier Bardem was really bad. Was in the back of a Volkswagen? No, it was in the back of a Jeep Wrangler. Plenty of room to move around. I tend to move a lot. I wish I was a merman. Better actor, Dave Bautista is a better character actor. John Cena is a better, he can be a leading man, but maybe just a step below a leading man. The rap was insanely bad. No, none of them are. The Jamaican Crab was okay. Yeah, it just seemed like something was missing from his performance from the original one. They cut the French guy, and I said earlier, in France, he was redubbed to be Italian. So, because we know Italians are horrible. Live action Pocahontas. Oh God. Oh, we said in the video I put up today that that they should remake Song of the South. I didn't see the live action Beauty and the Beast. Aquafina was the seagull. Yep. It's just like if you're gonna use real looking animals, it's weird because they can't emote. You know, they don't have the same kind of facial expressions that you can get out of an animal on in animation, which makes them, why we like them. Playing a new card game, so I need Song of the South to be released. Oh no. I could see them doing something like that with animating their live action movies. I've never seen Pocahontas. I've never seen Hunchback of Notre Dame. It was bad, right? Javier Bardem, like every time they were showing him above the water, I was like, please stop. Hey, Elvira, were you sleeping? Okay. What are you doing? Come here. Yeah. New Garbage Pail Kids. That'd be awesome. I was thinking like, they do like these Super Smash Brothers type of games. I would love to see one where they take all of like the gross out Saturday morning cartoons of the 80s and monster stuff and make them a fighting game. And that would be fucking cool. Like Mad Balls versus Garbage Pail Kids versus My Pet Monster versus Boglins, Who's hotter? I got to go Antonio Banderas. Metz had never seen Desperado before, and I was showing them Desperado, and they were like, "What the fuck? That's the hottest man ever." I was like, "I know, right?" I loved. So I wrote a Cinemassacre episode of Mutant League Hockey, or like the whole Mutant League series that never got made, but it was going to be super violent and have tons of practical effects by the movie dumpster guys. And I was still talking to them. Never happened. Did you miss anything good? Nah, you didn't miss anything. Oh. Currently watching Hands of Steel. Everyone hates the realistic remakes. They want both. I had Mutant League football on. I had Mutant League football and hockey on Genesis. My Pet Monster. I think it did have a little comeback, but it didn't stick. Because that would be a cool one. That was one that I had as a kid that I really liked, and I love Boglins obviously because I wrote fucking Screenplay, which was one of the coolest things ever, but the movie never happened because The Dark Crystal came out. Me and Tim Clark were working on I think I've talked about this before. Me and Tim Clark and I were working on a kids-friendly anthology movie based on the Boglins. And I had written like 90-something pages before I bought some of the Boglins when they were reissued. Okay. Can you go into the toxic? Was it your idea? If so, there's no real story. Anything you create while working for them, they own. It really just came down to they had done a game. You really should have made that even done. I mean, if one day we can come around and try something again, I would fucking love to turn that script into something. I rewrote it and took out all the Boglin stuff, but I saved a copy that was the Boglin's copy just to have it. As for the Al Pacino's having another baby, Jesus Christ, he's like 90. We were having a meeting in my office about one of the games that had another one of their games that had underperformed, and the owner said he wanted to get into licensing IPs because they were going to do a physical copy of AVGN, which they eventually did. I was involved in the beginning of that. The owner wanted to do Silverhawks and then tie it in with Super 7 doing the toys. And they were going back and forth on stuff, and I just said out loud, I was like, why not the Toxic Crusader? You should mute your phone while streaming. I know. Well, I'm only popular when I'm streaming. I'd said, with the connection to Cinemassacre and they have a new movie coming out and all that kind of stuff. And right away it snapped for them. And I was told to start getting the pieces moving. So I had Lloyd Kaufman's info. So I got Michael Herr's info, and then the owner of Screenwave had a meeting with him about how much the option would cost and what their plan was. I wasn't involved in any of the money stuff. And then we had the meeting with Legendary Pictures because the live action Toxic Avenger remake was coming out, and they wanted to make sure that what we wanted to do didn't interfere with what they wanted to do. But I couldn't. That's when I had Bell's palsy, so I was trying to sit away from the like the opposite way from the camera. And it looked weird. So any of my ideas and questions, I didn't get into it. No, not at all. But then, so I put together the pitch document when they started to go forward with it, which was going to be the idea of the side-scrolling beat 'em up, done in a 2D animation, what their power sets would be, what the story was going to be, and all that kind of stuff. And I submitted all that. And then that's the last I heard of it. And then I got fired. And then months and months and months later, they announced at PAX East that they made the game. They were working with an animator who had done a bunch of work for me in the past, who used to be on a show called Safety First that premiered on Screw Attack when Underbelly premiered. And then because he was working with them, he blocked me on Facebook or on Twitter and stuff as well. So that was the story of that. I just blurted something out that I thought would be a no-brainer, and they ran with it and they made something out of it. And I can't claim anything because it was just, I did my part in the beginning, and anything you write or create while you work there, they own. So there's nothing that I can do. That's why any writing that I did for myself, I did at home. So nothing was ever on my laptop there, so that they couldn't claim they owned any of it, because they did that to me on one project. And that sucked. Because it was something I was writing for somebody else, and I was there on the heat in my apartment complex on Christmas one year was broken. And so I went to the bill fit. No, I wish. I went to the office where the heat was working to write, and I was writing on my work laptop, and that became a whole fucking thing. But again, I bring these things on myself, so I can't blame anyone. I hope the game makes tons of money for Lloyd Kaufman, because when I worked with him a month ago on The Boog, he knew the whole story. He knew what was going on, and he was very gracious to me and offered to come out to our studio and film something with us. So I have nothing but good things to say about him. He's the Brian Fuller of Screenwriting. Who's Brian Fuller? Oh God, imagine trying to do another American Pie movie in this day and age. Good luck. No, it's not messed up. I mean, again, it's a no-brainer. If I didn't say it, eventually somebody else was going to. But, it's just funny to hear from everybody what a terrible writer I am and how I had never had any good ideas, yet they're making that game. The game's made, as far as I know. But it's cool. I love... you should invest in it. I know I'm going to. There'll be one. There'll be all the stuff. I've just moved into a much bigger, more expensive place. So I'm trying to take care of life before I worry about all this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not mad. It's just one of those. It's just another thing. There's been other things I've helped people with. And again, I fucked up Cinemassacre to a point where everyone abandoned ship except for the fucking dude who quit. So, I fucked something up, and so, they all have the right to fucking hate me, You get royalties from any of the movies projects you worked on. Yep, I do. I get money from, obviously, when you sell a script. It's not for very much, but I get some back end. Star Trek Discovery was fired for. Oh, okay. Yikes. I get money from the stuff that's streaming. Obviously, it's not much. I don't know how America's paid. 70s show. Didn't they do that 90s show? I haven't seen it. I never really watched that 70s show either. But a script will sell from. I love to blame Newt for their own. No. I mean, things were it was a sinking ship for a while. It was just you know, my mistake made it more obvious. Yeah, I mean, he's a smart dude, and I'd like to people on here, people in our Discord, who have done a couple reviews for me, and I'm always open to people who want to submit stuff. And whenever someone submits stuff, I turn off monetization, and then I make sure that they get push to their channels, because obviously this channel doesn't make fucking very much money or any money at all. But I had to quit chatting. Oh, okay, he was chatting in the thing. Newt the iceberg. Yeah, I brought it all down. But yeah, anytime anybody Asia Akira used to date my friend Steve Mezzo back when she was in high school. And when I found that out, it fucking blew my hair back. What's going on, man? How is the movie with your mom? Dirty and Nerdy has to come back. The plan was for Fallon and I to do some, but Fallon's very busy right now with music and the new direction for the movie and stuff like that. So we'll eventually hook up on something, but right now that's not in the cards. So I'll see whoever wants to. Do you own the rights to that? To Nerdy and Dirty? Yeah, that's mine. Nope, she doesn't have any say in any of it. The only say that they have is in stuff from Midnight Show. I cut out the trailer that Tony made. I'm just going to remake it because I wrote it. And I'm deciding on who owns this Swamp Zombies IP. Len Kabaczynski does. I came in, I produced it, but it's his IP. We're still deciding how much of her we're going to cut out of Midnight Show to make it not a problem. Secretly, I think that she still wants that to come out because she did work very hard on it. But I also don't want to have problems. Could you make more movies if you moved to LA? No, I think, right now, yes, I'm filming on my fucking sofa in my living room, but we do have a studio in Pennsylvania, and I just got 2 red Komodo cameras, and we have everything that we need, and we have somebody who's putting money into things. It's just a matter of time and the right thing so people aren't wasting money, because I'm terrified of spending someone else's money and it not doing as well as I told them, like, my idea. So I'm constantly kind of like holding back on that. I'm a little scared of fucking up a really good opportunity. Job, right? Yeah, I mean, yes, you can still make. It'd be cool to make something out there. It'd be cool to go to the fucking out to those locations in the desert and stuff like James did for his movie. But you can do everything here, and I've been playing a lot with the Unity engine and Unreal and all that kind of stuff. So you can create these digital environments now that you couldn't do a couple years ago. Have you seen the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre game? No, I haven't. I knew they were making it, but I haven't seen anything of it. She was waiting to sue you. Oh, wow. Who told you that? Yeah, I mean, anything that we've done that I wrote, she wasn't part of. And I have her signed release forms for Midnight Show. We're not going to release, she's not in the comic book. I sold the rights to Mars vs. Cheerleaders because she owned half based on her likeness. We're not using her likeness in anything, so it's not a problem. I still have the artwork, and but there's nothing with her likeness other than Midnight Show, which has which I have her release form for, and that's why I'm deciding if I want to cut it out or not. I don't want to, because I did want this to be something that, even if you hate me, when it comes out, when I have my sale already situated, it's going to finish the fucking movie, to give her a piece as a producer and, thank her for 15 years of friendship. But if it's going to come to that, I don't want to do that, you know. Metz is already in the movie, and Metz is actually in those scenes as well. So we have to figure out what we're gonna do. She's under a lot of makeup in it too. So if I change the voice, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it all out. But like Mars vs. Cheerleaders, you know, they're shooting with a whole new people out there, and they were filming stuff in Michigan. Got rid of. Oh wow, yeah, I saw that in a lot of different places. We're starting to. Yeah, I'm wondering if it is, but I don't know. It sucks, man. I really want, you know, I really wanted. This not in even, you know, no, there's no red hair in those scenes. It's a zombie thing. I don't know. That sucks. You know, because a lot of this stuff was written, you know, for her to, you know, give her something to be big and be badass and sexy and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, that sucks. I didn't know that. Um, but yeah, no, well, you know, I'm still moving ahead with stuff, and I'll still, you know, Midnight Show's kind of low on the totem pole right now of other projects, and you know, all the stuff that I wrote for her to act in is if it's being made somewhere else or by someone else, that's something that she could have been part of, you know. Um, she's got her own show now and her own following and all that kind of stuff. So, uh, what was Riley's beef with you? Did he also work at Screenwave? No, he's a sycophant for he's a Tony guy. I was nothing but kind to them. Um, you know, I said that I didn't on his Twitter I said that I didn't like when comic book companies add characters that are their only characteristic is that they're gay or trans or whatever. They are not an actual character; they're just that. And I said that that's as bad as them not existing in that world. And they took offense to that. So they started attacking me, and then the both of them are just like they can't let off it, but they, you know, they want to keep getting promoted, the OnlyFans and all that kind of stuff promoted by a show with a lot of followers. So I don't blame them. It's not how I roll, but you know, whatever. No, I don't think so. Does Riley pimp out? I don't know. I don't know. I know she has autism. That's all I know. But you're friends with a trans person. I know. No, I'm friends with a couple. But that, you know, that's why when the Barbarians episode got taken down for being anti-trans, I was like, wait, what? Like the trans person is in the video with me, and we talked about a horror movie. Um, yeah, well, you have people like Grant Morrison and Neil Gaiman who wrote characters that they just so happened to be that. So it was addition to who they were, you know? We didn't at all. There was nothing said in it, anything, but they flagged it, and I know it. I know I have a general idea of who it was, because it was around the time that some other shit was going on. So, but I'm not going to make accusations. It could just be trolls, you know. Um, so I blocked all those people, and you know, and then people have hired the girl to do like artwork for them, and then they have to apologize to me, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. Do whatever you're gonna do. Give them money, you know. That'd be cool. I wish I had something like that. It'd be cool to have a tiki room. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, you know, a lot of bullshit. It's just weird. It's still going on 2 years this October. An adjustment to so many people who are in your life for so long, to find out just what they actually thought of you, you know, and to find out now through Hot Dog that or Horn Dog that you know, she's gonna try to sue me for projects like that. That hurts, you know. That I'm not gonna lie to you. That just made my fucking, you know, my blood cold. Um, but you know, the only thing that she was like the likeness for was was Planet Frankenstein. So Scream, Blackula, Scream, hands down, because Pam Grier's in it. Sorry, no, it's all right. It's just it might just be a rumor. But also I don't know why you would be talking about that. If why you would even be talking about that stuff out in the open. That kind of negates your case as well. But I'll make sure that when we do anything with Planet Frankenstein, that there is nothing remotely of her likeness in it. Um, have your lawyers. They have. I have good lawyers. I have a good lawyer. My lawyer used to be Screenwave's lawyer. But yeah, no, we'll go through all that stuff, and no, I appreciate it. And I'm not blaming you or anything like that. It's just that sucks. Because again, I would love one day to offer her a part and bring her into the world after we're established, but obviously that's not the case. So it's coming. Oh, it's back up. I watched last season. I didn't know the new season started yet. Definitely got to check that out. The Planet Terror movie? No, it's they see that suing would be financially feasible. Who knows? I don't fucking know, man. It's all you create something stuff for people for so long, because everything I'd ever done was from I don't know 2010 when I actually started being able to film stuff was centered around her. And there was a couple I left her out of because we were fighting or something like that. But since I don't know, or just doing it to feel good about herself, I can see. I do these so I boost my own ego by having people to talk to. What's your favorite horror host? My favorite horror host is Joe Bob. Then I would say Elvira. She was 100%, 110%, Tyler. I like I said in the Swamp Zombies video, I literally, that movie exists because I was losing her, and I figured out a way to make a movie so that we had an excuse to spend time together, and so that I could make her into a sex icon, because ever since I met her, she wanted to be a sex symbol. So I literally put that entire movie together. But no, I mean, it's not easy. It's not fucking easy, and it's not as simple as how I was treated afterwards, because there was a lot of how I treated during, and I didn't treat well. I said a lot of dumb shit, and I did a lot of dumb shit, and I was selfish, and I projected a lot, and I was very insecure, and it's not easy being green. And we had to paint her green several times. But my goal is still to do Planet Frankenstein, and that was the one that I mostly created. Everything was centered around her. If you look at any of the artwork, Yeah, but I didn't learn for 15 years. That's the difference, Okay. Yeah, a couple people have said that. I'm blocked from all their social medias, and I'm blocked from commenting on their YouTube page as well. So I don't bother. It's cool they were able to get the Batmobile. That's like my dream car, is to see be in the Batmobile. Yeah. I don't know. I tried to no, you know what? I haven't even really tried to watch. I've only seen the clips of when shit was talked about me that people have sent me. I don't. It's not my. It's not my problem. It's just like they're not watching me. There's no chance that that they would give me a view. I remember when the Drew Batmobile. Well, the Batmobile that they used in the Drew Carey show was from Batman Forever, because there was a tie-in to McDonald's at the time. No, I did sabotage myself 100%. I'm a chronic sabotager. And that's why therapy has been so fucking important, is to learn how to break those tendencies. And I've stuck with it now for almost 2 years. They prescribed me another med, which I'm taking as well. You love the 95 Batmobile, the Batman Forever one. I don't know, it's weird. It's not as bad as the Batman and Robin one though. But I did say that I wanted the thumbnail of the Little Mermaid one of Ursula to be Mimi from the Drew Carey show. Yeah, I mean, I was told that I was holding people back and their show and all that kind of stuff. So, if the best thing I could do for them was vanish from their lives and make everybody happy, then at least I accomplished that. um, yeah, the Batman the Animated Series Batmobile is super cool. It's just so long, it would be like impossible to turn corners in cities. I love the Drew Carey show, the ambiguously gay duo. Yeah, there was a dick. Uh, the '66 Batmobile is really cool. I actually got to sit in that and take a picture. I've seen the '89 Batmobile at the Warner Brothers backlot. Beautiful fucking car. I'd love to have done a video in front of it, but not going to be the case. I know it sounds like Kieran is very unhappy with how things turned out for him. Well, I don't blame him. But I also don't, I'm not gonna say anything, because anytime I fucking say something, it just turns into, shit on Reddit and stuff like that. And I'm tired, man. I'm working another fucking job and just trying to do my own thing. And, it's just not, the whole thing I just want to build, it's just not as cut and dry as everybody thinks. And I completely accept and I'm sorry for the mistakes that I've made. And everyone says, "Oh, we never apologized." How many fucking more times do I need to apologize? I wish I got a chance. Yeah, I never got a chance to meet Adam West. I met Burt Ward though, and I met Julie Newmar, which was kind of cool. I got their autographs at a car show in Philadelphia. Right, Elvira? We're doing our best here. I'm in the minority here. I didn't care about the Tumblr. No, the Tumblr was kind of lame. I really liked the Batman versus Superman Batmobile though. I thought that thing was fucking dope. It was a beast of a car. But yeah, the '89 Batmobile is always going to be my absolute favorite. I just that it's just a piece of art. It's Art Deco. So good for them getting to film in front of it. Yeah. Are you still friends with Kristen? Kristen, Ryan's sister? No, she hated me while I worked there. She was ahead of the curve. And how come Batman doesn't dance anymore? Um, did you ever see Fanny's Journey? No, I've never heard of that. Why does she hate you? Just because I don't know. We just had very oil and water personalities. Um, she told Ryan that I was probably going to get fired for Me Too, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I don't like The Dark Knight Rises, not just because of that. Um, the idea of trying to do a tale of two cities, fine. I just thought that the way the story was constructed was very bizarre. And obviously, that's what you'd get fired for 100%. No, there was never the only women in the office were Kristen, Johanna, and the girl who did the paperwork, and I wasn't flirting with anyone. The biggest thing that they complained about was I was so excited when I got the job. And I have a lot of what are your thoughts on bad? I love Bad Taste. Bad Taste is a lot of fun. I have a lot of female friends. Melissa, who's been on the channel, Metz, who's on the channel. People who Jeanette, who used to be the male girl on the other show, people who I'm friends with who like I'm like, oh God, come check out the studio. So they would come back after hours and hang out and play video games or just watch movies and stuff like that. And they would see me on the security cameras with girls there and use that against me too. But it was like these are either, these are mostly gay women who I'm friends with who, I should say that. Are you still friends with Lauren? Which one's Lauren? The mid-airplane hijacking was me. Oh yeah, I mean the beginning was cool. It's got some stuff I like. I just didn't. Kat, could you not? Thank you. Yeah, a lot of Nolan's stuff started to become very samey too. I don't know. I think that movie suffers from. I don't know. It's got a lot of problems. It's just not my favorite one. And the ending of Batman just giving up. Seen standing with women equals sexual predator. Apparently, yeah, Cat too. I don't know. Yeah, but it's always been how it's been. I've always had more female friends than male. Newt, Elvira needs a twisted tea. Sure she does. Yeah, Wes Anderson too. It's a lot of style over substance. Blame Cat on YouTube. Hilarious. Well, that's what she did. She biting the thing over here. Do you like the most recent Batman? Yeah, at least you're never cheating on your girlfriend. No, I was single and they were, there was never anything happened there. Like that's the whole thing. Like, there were people where things could have, but they didn't because that's the last thing I needed. Whatever, that was a whole thing. I'm pumped for Asteroid City 2. I'm seeing it next week in the at an advanced screening. They're hiring multiple positions now. Good for them. You should apply. My producer was like, let's try to get the biggest booth at Too Many Games and then watch them turn down our money. Okay, can you send me, if you're on Twitter or Instagram or something, can you send me the links to those? Wes Craven or Wes Anderson? Sacrilegious, I'm going to say Wes Anderson. I think he's got more style. And you can tell when Wes Craven was in it. Oh, yeah, 100% banned. That's not even a question. I get semi-famous, get chicks. No, there were women in my life before YouTube. That was always my biggest problem is because of my lack of you paid for. That's what we're wondering is if we pay for a booth, is it going to be ignored? Dune. I like Dune a lot, but it felt like a lot to ask people to sit through 2.5 hours of the beginning of a story. Yeah, send them to me on Instagram, please. I always check all my things on there and respond. I respond to everybody on Instagram and Twitter too when I can. I get no signal in both theaters that I run, so if someone no, I don't even think they know about that because they've moved on from they've moved. I'll do the Chris Chan, All right, good night, Max. I'll tell Metz you said hello. How about Facebook? I answer stuff on Facebook, yeah. Well, yeah, I know. No, I'm excited for where they're going with Dune. I like the director a lot. And I thought they did a good job with the first one. Going with I'll do a fake mustache and a fake nose. I'll be like Digital Underground, the Humpty Dance. Yeah, there's been a couple conventions we've sat out from that we were asked to go to. Because they were going to be there, and I didn't need that shit. Well, I mean, they don't work together anymore. So I don't know what the relationship was. I'm interested to see if Hack the Movies is going to be at Too Many Games, because they've been very pro Kieran, and Kieran's very anti Screenwave. So it's going to be interesting how that works. Um, you know, Cherry 2000. I have the poster. Um, Patrick Stewart should come back. That'd be kind of cool. You can get him back, and Sting. Tonight's just been all kinds of emotions. That'd be funny. But he Sting the wrestler, yes. No, Sting the sword. He spoke his truth. I don't know. I couldn't answer that question, because even when he worked there, all he talked about was how stupid everybody was and how much smarter and better he was. So, his ex-girlfriend commented that on my Facebook. It was actually pretty funny. Um, Not Tony's ex-girlfriend, not Kieran's. Um, no, they're friends, as far as I know. I just couldn't take. Yeah, well, that's why they called him Biren. I could tell you guys stories, but I'm not going to, because as they last year when they were talking all the shit about me, just kept my mouth shut. I at least honored my NDA. OnlyFans. I'm gonna start. I started one. We just haven't done anything yet. Fallon got way too busy. Good for him, man. I mean, that's a good way to stay involved in the show. I know she was hanging out with Justin for a while too, so But oh really? No, I'm not DMing those stories at all. But it goes both ways. Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. And last picture I saw, things weren't looking good. Beaten up and his arm was messed up. I don't know anything about that. Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. For a long time, the only contact I had with them was, you know, who's hotter? Well, Pizza the Hut, because he made a pizza. Started. I haven't seen the new. It's at Fubar. I haven't seen it yet. The other girl, I don't know which other girl. The blonde chick who worked with Trauma on stuff, I know was shit talking me uh, to another production, because they sent me a message about it and said that, yo, this is what this person's saying about you. And I never even fucking met that person. Sorry, people keep bringing it up. I'm just answering questions. I'm not gonna, you know. One day we're gonna do a completely no talking about them thing. No, I don't really want to hear their shit. I was around for enough drunkenness, um, and fights and busting faces open and stuff like that. So I don't need, um, you know. So anyway, how's your sex life? Not existent. Since everything happened, I have literally no self-esteem. So I just kind of bury myself in stuff. But Metz is always wants to be my wingman. to help me meet women, but I never have time to go places and do cool things. So, I go to the movies by myself. That's the biggest thing. Thoughts on Spaceballs? I love Spaceballs. I love, science fiction. Do you ever give Elvira catnip? Yes, I do. Not a lot. Every so often, she just acts like an idiot. But I like to do it when I'm home the whole night. So I'll just sit and watch movies or something, or write and watch her kind of flop around like a weirdo. Metz is there. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Metz is gonna wait until I'm done and then sweep in and take them. I guess that's the person. I don't know. I don't know who they are, but there was a lot of shit talk about me because another horror host as well brought it up, and I was just like, "What the fuck?" um, let's see. Eternal Third Wheel. Yeah. Spaceballs. I love. Other movies. Do you post cat photos on Facebook? No, mostly Instagram is where I put pictures of her. I have too many fucking pictures of her in my phone, though. I'm like a weirdo, but I love my cat. What a bad movie. If you liked it, that's okay. Yeah, it was okay. I liked it. I like dramas. I like mysteries. I like science fiction. I love documentaries. That's right. Well, Race stepped out just to make sure nothing would happen between Justin and I at the convention. That was actually pretty funny. I was like, "What's up? Have a good night." All right, good night, man. Have a good night. Um, Parasite was really good. Parasite was the last movie I ran at the Wayne before I left there. Actually, it was that in 1917 and Little Women. Oh, I don't know. Again, the last time that I spoke to her was the last day of Too Many Games. That was it. And then let's see, I saw Crystal on my birthday, October 23rd. That was the last time that I saw her. And the last time that I saw Justin before the convention when he came down, when Race was there, was the day that they left all of my props outside of my door. I saw him for like a second. Uh, I'll ask her. I still talk to his ex. She's a bartender in the town where I used to live because she met my dad, which was super weird message to get. Um, you know, yeah, it's good. I'm excited that she's directing. The same director is doing um, Barbie. My brain is all over the place right now. I've never seen No Holds Barred, but I should. You're friends with Justin's sister. Yes, Amber and I are good friends. We dated for a couple years. We moved to Arizona together at one point. She's he'll be all right. He'll get his shit together eventually. I don't know. But she's super cool. We had our problems for a while, but Stephen Root is it? Oh, really? That'd be funny. But like Peter Dinklage was saying, like he doesn't want little people. Like he thinks that little people roles are demeaning, but like little people are like, yo, what the fuck, dude? Like you have Game of Thrones money and we don't, because they're doing like a new Snow White, but it's not going to have the dwarves in it. And I was like, then what's the fucking point? It's bullshit, Elvira. The whole thing is bullshit. Right? She doesn't care. Do I still think he makes a credible ambassador for wrestling? I'm not a wrestling guy. I know he said some fucked up like racist shit. And that's kind of the last thing I heard about Hulk. And then he sued Gawker. I think that was because I saw that documentary. That's really the last thing I knew about him. Your brother is the same half sibling who caused your parents to get divorced. No, my brother is my brother, my real brother. I mean, my half sister is my half sister, but both my parents had him in 1984. I was born in 1981. My parents got divorced in 1989 because of my half sister. I don't know. Oh, Under the Rainbow. Yeah, that's a bizarre fucking movie. The dwarfs that go crazy at the hotel during the making of The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, I didn't know much about Gawker, so I didn't have a horse in that race. I recall you once said that you don't really get along. No, I get along with my half sister. She's a teacher in Philadelphia, so you know she's super smart. Yo, what's going on, Cadbury Bunny? What'd you miss? Not much. It's just me tonight. Metz is working. Um, could always review Tiptoes. I didn't believe that movie existed when that first was playing at festivals, and somebody I knew who did a lot of press stuff told me the plot of that movie. I thought they were fucking with me until I finally saw the trailer, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is a real thing. Dinklage will defend the unreleased cut of. Oh, really? Interesting. Gary Oldman is a small person, and then it had the real Bridget, who used to be, who's a little person, who was a porn star. She used to be on Howard Stern all the time, and like Matthew McConaughey's in it, and it's bizarre that that movie exists, but Hollywood, man. um, yeah, it seemed like a Funny or Die sketch. Yes. Do you like the original Borrowers? I haven't seen it in a really long time. I remember liking it though. 5'3" is considered a dwarf, and I'm under 5'11". Okay, I'm 5'5", so I just under the just over the bar there. DeVito wins that hit going away. That's not even a question. He was the Penguin. You're 5'4". Okay, same height as Ryan Johnson. All right, cool. I can make a well. I actually like his Star Wars movie, but everybody hates him. Have you seen the Jackass movies? Yes, I think I've seen all of them. I missed the ending of the last one last February because that's actually the last time I talked to Crystal on the phone. She called me randomly. Turned out not randomly. They had talked her into calling me to get me to tell people to stop harassing her on Twitter. So I put out a tweet about that, and that was the last time we talked. But we talked for 6 hours, and I thought that things were better. And then it wasn't. So that was the last time that I saw Jackass. 5'3" is an inch taller than Tom Cruise. And Tom Cruise was married to Nicole Kidman, who's huge. That's what I heard. Yeah, I watched the documentary about about the island of the making of the island of Dr. Moreau. Lost Souls, I think it was, with Richard Stanley. Why were they harassing her? I don't know. There's people harassing her and blaming her for me not being there anymore. So I put out a very nice tweet. I blame myself for everything. I asked people to stop. I defended, and then never heard from her again. I said hello at that con that Race was at, and she walked away. So that was it. That was the end of that story. Yeah, it was a good doc. Sloan, I mean, Sloan's like under 6 feet, but he's a big dude and he has a huge ego. So he seems bigger. I was on set the night that they filmed the scene in the bar with my buddy Tim Carr. He invited me down when they were shooting the scene where they're watching the computer fight in the bar, and Tim grabs the kid from Heroes and he's like, "Baby Rocky." Are all your posters original? Nope, they're all originals. Everything is original framed, 27 by 41, single side unless it's a more modern movie. I have, here, I'll grab this. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have just stacks and stacks and stacks of movie posters. There's more in the box here. Oh. Imagine no, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine explaining that to people when they walk into my apartment. No, most of my stuff is, exploitation stuff and grindhouse stuff and stuff from the 80s, like weird stuff. Just because I like to retheme things. Probably could make some nice money. I sold the, so from 1999 to 2019, I had pretty much everything. And I wound up selling it to Justin Silverman's former girlfriend, actually, who owns NJ GameCon, I think, for her eBay store. So I sold her all my rolled posters. It was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Stuff people only know. Yeah. They leftovers from the theater. Patreon, no, we're gonna we started an OnlyFans, but we haven't done anything with it yet. I'm going to eventually, so I can do stuff that I couldn't put on YouTube. Because there's a lot of weird exploitation movies that I'd love to talk about and not get flagged. But no, they're not leftovers from the theaters. One of the theaters that I had, the Pittman Theater, was owned before by a hoarder, and when it was bought at in a sheriff's sale, and I took over as the movie manager, the owners didn't care about what happened with all the crap, so they just throw stuff away. So I inherited a ton of posters from that. Then I started collecting. People gave them to me as gifts. I have some really cool gifts that were given to me over the years. Crystal gave me some amazing posters, I'm not going to lie. My ex-fiance gave me some great ones back when we were together. And then my friends own the Barrington Poster Exchange in Barrington, New Jersey, which has all kinds of fucking cool stuff. So I still have an okay size collection. There's all these in here. My kitchen is 89 Batman, Batman Returns, Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Do you want a stuffed Sonic plush? Not really a Sonic guy. Movie rental posters are cool. The only movie rental poster I have right now is Ed Wood. I have the VHS poster, the American release, and the French release all framed in my bedroom. The back wall of my bedroom is all Italian grindhouse movies. I have the original 3 Star Wars posters in my kitchen, and then I have Star Trek 4, Star Trek 6, and Star Crash in there as well. Do you want a real doll based on Jenna Ortega? How old is she? Will I get in trouble by saying that I think she's hot? You have 5 of them. My parents gave me the Revenge of the Nerds VHS, but that's cool. Yeah, VHS posters, especially 80s stuff, were really, really just neat. They had weird crap. There's or they had weird stuff they would give away to VHS stores, like the blow up. The blow-up toilet for Ghoulies. Favorite rape revenge exploitation film? I'm going to say either Thriller, which was also They Called Her One Eye, or Ms. 45. Blood Splattered Bride was cool. I Spit on Your Grave. Let's see. Savage Streets is a good one. She's 20 years old. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm 41, so, I gotta be careful with that stuff. The soul patch makes you look like... Do you have a soul patch? No, I think I just cut myself shaving. I shaved this morning, and I think I just irritated my skin. So, Mother's Day. Well, yeah, I forgot about that one. I've never seen the remake. Bruce... I wrote a rape revenge trailer called Her Time of the Month, where it's pretty funny. The tagline is, when the blood starts to flow, it must be her time of the month. What's the one with the skinny? Is that Gator Bait? We're both legal adults. I mean, I could be tried as an adult. Mentally, I don't know. Yeah, the gator bait poster was an inspiration for the original Florida Man poster that Crystal was on, but obviously we're not going to use her image. Other movie memorabilia that you have beside posters. Um, I have boxes and boxes of old movie trailers. I have a couple 35 millimeter prints, and have probably the most questionable director cap. Yes, I have a bunch of old film reels. Uh, Did you ever see the commercial where the lady gets the deaf guy beaten up? Oh my god! Do you suggest as what do you suggest as a home theater? I don't know. I've never had one. I've an okay sized TV, a DVD Blu-ray player. Mostly just use my laptop. Yes, Bronson's badass. Branson's a fucking crazy movie. And then I watched a documentary about the real guy too. I don't know. I just have a bunch of film stuff. I have lots of film books. I have some old 8 millimeter cameras, a lot of film reels, some old projector stuff, splicers, just a lot of film stuff. And then I have all the props from my projects here that are in the bathroom right now in the back closet, because the severed heads and shit like that from projects. I don't need them out and about while I'm trying to live. Never see. Oh god. Okay. Happiness is a rough movie. It's just like Welcome to the Dollhouse. That director, he tests people. Yeah, I wish I had cooler stuff. I've gotten rid of so much stuff over the years. As I move, I give things away or I throw things away. When I moved out of my last apartment, I just chucked so much stuff, DVDs and stuff like that, because I was like, whatever. Yes, it was a weird one. Oh, really? Do you use laser projectors? So the new theater, the Lancaster one, is has laser projectors. The old one are just they're Christie's. They're pretty standard 35 millimeter, but they are digital, but they do have 3D capability on both. And I got Atmos sound done since I've started there as well, getting that up to snuff because we want to make sure that the movies have the right rumble to them. Sound design is very important to me. Did you see the Thumb Star Wars where everyone dressed like the characters? Uh, are laser easier to use? It's all. I mean, it's literally all touchscreen at this point. Dolby Atmos. Yeah, so it's the sound systems or the Dolby Atmos. Some theaters use Barco projectors. Some are Sony's. I hate Sony's. Sony's have so many extra prompts and steps to them. Um, the Christie's are very simple, especially if you have a library system where you can do everything through your TMS. You build all your movies into there. And do you think we'll ever see Hate Monger in the MCU? That'd be interesting, right? I doubt it. And maybe on one of the shows. Who's YouTube? Who's in your YouTube feed? Like, who's the top 5 to 10 channels you watch? Well, I watch Review Zero. I don't know. I watch the people who make stuff with me. Like I like Doctor Macabro or Professor Macabro. Sorry. I like movie timelines. I like Joe Blow videos. Real D, 3D, or something else. No, we have the Real D. Got to give him the D. Do you still? No, I don't. I don't want to own one. Uh, yeah, I like just running them for the owner. Like I said before, like people, again, they're the Reddit people. Like he never owned anything. I had an investment in it. You know, um, yeah. Actually, Stiltman was okay. Stiltman, because he was a Daredevil villain. I'm a huge Daredevil fan. Um, I had a small investment in the Wayne, and that kept the lights on and the bills running and stuff like that. Have you ever heard of Dolby Vision? No, I'm thinking of Duo Vision that Wicked was filmed in. No, I don't know. I don't think I've ever worked with a Dolby Vision. Do you have a few nicknames we don't know? People call me Fig for Fig Newton. Um, that's really it. I'm sure people have other meaner. Oh, I get called. What did they call me? They called me Ideas Man to make fun of me. They called me Blobfish. Uh, Lizard. Have you ever owned a 3D TV? No, I have not. Do you have a real nickname? I don't. Uh, you're gonna finally get a dog. I want one. Um, Dream dog is to get another golden retriever. Those were my favorite dogs when we were kids. We always had between my family and my grandparents' family and my aunts and uncles always had lots and lots of dogs. My grandfather was a hunter, so he always had beagles. Um, so we had tons of beagle puppies growing up. I had a golden retriever named Rambo. I had a Saint Bernard at one point. I had a Great Dane at one point. I had a yellow lab. I had what does Elvira think about that? Elvira can pay some fucking rent and then she can have a say in this. Until then, fabled giant spiders in Africa. There you go. Yeah, I liked Great Danes. Whoa, Elvira, Jesus. Do you have the immersive seats like the dream seats? No, we're not up to there. We just have the leather reclining at the Lancaster Theater. The theater's literally 2 years old, um, and it took a lot of getting used to when I got there. Isaac Newton. Some people have called me that, and then there's people who didn't think that Newton was my real name. I had to show them like my driver's license and the correct version of my high school diploma. That's nice. Well, when I come visit, Ace the Bat Hound, Ace and Race. Um, no, they don't. Just like Dalmatians and pugs, they have like a lot of ailments. Bulldogs, stuff like that. I've always just really loved huskies and golden retrievers have always been my favorite. Yeah, I agree. Um, IMAX is still the king. Yeah, I didn't like the 4DX thing. We went and saw Love and Thunder, and it took me way out of the movie because you're not focusing on the film anymore. You're focusing on all the other crap. Whoa, five? Jesus Christ. Yeah, but I feel like if I'm in a place where I have the space for it, I'll take care of it. Um, what about an official? I don't know. No, because then they'll just be like, "Oh, you're ripping off the other show." Um, I don't know. I eventually want to do a more produced thing, but I also don't know what I want to do because, like, I don't. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. I don't. I don't know if I even like reviewing movies really. Like, I like when I could just sit down. Don't get it was $2,500. I don't think it was 2,500. That would be insane. Um, yeah, Ian, Regal closed a lot of their theaters, and we are looking at a couple of them to expand the company. So that's been one good thing for the owners. While I'm running the building's day-to-day operations, he's able to get out and do more, of trying to figure out where to take the company at this point. So it's nice that he counts on me and trusts me to do all that stuff. And the new building has been a learning curve because for years and years and years, I went from 35 millimeter dropped into digital. Digital at the Wayne was like the base version of it. So it took a lot to learn when I got to Lancaster. So I'm supposed to be there to be people's boss, and I'm still trying to fucking learn. So I'm writing everything down on a notepad because I'm never comfortable with a building being left alone until I know everything about it. And then once I know everything about it, I feel like I'm good. Take the company up north to Canada. That'd be awesome. Well, the dude, the skateboarder guy I was talking about earlier, in Pittsburgh, who wants me to make that movie for him, he's got access to these old movie theaters that have been closed down since like the '90s. So they look fucking dope inside. So been looking at all these pictures and trying to come up with something I can write that we can shoot out in a short period of time for like 10 grand. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know. I wasn't. Nobody told me anything since October of 2021, so I have no idea. Is it Darby? No, it's not. It's Cam Smith. He used to be on Bam Margera's team back in the day, and he was like 16 when he was a pro skateboarder. I haven't been there yet to Smod Castle. No, I've been to that theater before it was the Smod Castle. You all right, buddy? Cats are fucking weird, man. I was there before for a film premiere of my friend Tina Krause's movie, but that's the only time I've been there. Is there a market for retro movie theaters, like retro arcades making a comeback? Probably not. Yeah, that is. So funny thing about Bam Margera was when he was on the run from the police, he called Fallon to ask if he could hide at her house, and I was in the car with Fallon. And I was like, "What the fuck? Are we gonna be on TMZ?" What are you doing? What is that? Oh, it's dude. My cat is chasing her shadow. She's an idiot. Can I have that, please? Give me the shadow. Mm-hmm. She's still trying to catch it. She's an idiot. She's a complete and total idiot. No, I think that your cat's Peter Pan. Yes, she does know. She does know Bam. Feels like everybody in PA knows each other, kinda. Did she bring me? No, we've never had any. She just ran out of the room. She never. We've never had any bugs or like mice. No, there was one mouse in the theater, and it was ridiculous because I put my computer bag down at the one of the buildings we were looking at, and I guess a mouse got into it, brought it home with me, and didn't realize the mouse was in it. Unzipped it, and the mouse jumped out. So Bam was hiding at Fountain. No, he wasn't hiding at Fountains. She's catching her dreams. I'll tell Steve-O. And so, yeah, so she ripped this mouse apart, and I just watched in horror because now she has a taste for blood. But then I had to tell the guy who owned that building, I was like, dude, you got mice. I guess it was kind of a big red. It's kind of like a big turtle in a trench coat. No, so yeah, Fallon and Bam, she did not hide him. But I was on the phone, or I was in the room, and it was very weird. I've never met him before. But he used to hang around Westchester, Pennsylvania, at Westchester University when my other ex lived there or went to school there. I love when cats do. It's the only time she's ever done her job. She's terrified of spiders. She's useless. Was he drugged out? He sounded like it, for sure. Turtle, turtle, turtle. That was the episode where I told my story about the dude bashing his head into the wall. Are you 41 or 42 this year? I'll be 42 in October. I'm way past my expiration date. But it has to go up from here. I mean, 40 was the worst year of my life, so. I'm old. October what? October 23rd. What was the RoboCop where he fights a rat? I don't know. I don't remember that. It's all right. I'm right behind you. Yeah, we're getting old, man. You're an October baby, Joe. What's your birthday? 31st? That's awesome. Fucking wish I was the Halloween baby. You're turning 40 and y'all. That's right. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, it comes up quick, man. You know. I hope so. No, because last year, October, I was from October 31st to the following October, I was just dreading October. because I knew everything was going to get dredged back up again. It was going to be a whole mess. And of course it was. But this time I had things to focus on and to do. So this fucking cat. I should have left you in that dumpster. You know that, right? If Metz was here, this wouldn't be happening. Like new projects and new friends. Exactly. So glad you watched. Of course, I saw the first Wicker Man before that. Yeah, we've got some projects. I'm hoping that Race has met my producer, and things have just been moving slowly. But at least Race at least knows that this stuff we talk about is legit. That it's not just me talking and being being ridiculous. And then the stuff I've written for other people is coming along. Debbie Does Demons came out, which I wrote part for. Abandoned, like the prom. Yeah, exactly. Of Unknown. Oh, okay. Oh, you were saying RoboCop fights it. I didn't know you meant I thought it was like maybe the TV show or something, and I was like, did I miss an episode? But yes, Unknown Origin. 100% smoke. Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that eventually stuff starts coming fast and we'll be making stuff, and then I won't be thinking about this stuff, and then I won't have to talk about anybody again because I'll be too busy and too famous to worry about those type of people, and so we'll see if my old co-star doesn't sue me. I've heard that. I've heard they're doing a game, and that's pretty fucking cool. Yes, and you need to get back to releasing Review Zero, because I've told people to watch it, and then there hasn't been anything new in a while. And then you got to do a review for me so I can put it up here so I can promote Review Zero. Newtster Madness this October. Maybe on the 1st I'll do I'll do 28 Days Later. Think that would cause some trouble? Think that would cause some trouble of our yeah, no, Race needs to do a review for me. I don't care. I know, but go to bed. All right, man, good night. But what I'll do is before I do 28 Days Later, I'll get permission from someone and read their review verbatim, and then have them be like, no, I said it was okay. No. Mediocre is better than nothing, Or what I'll do for 28 Days Later is I'll read my original script that sounded too much like me. Yeah, there you go. Somebody fucked up, but it wasn't me. Pedestrian? I'm a fucking dude who talks about movies in his kitchen or his living room. Harry Knowles' review of Blade 2, yes. Who was the one who did, was it X-Men Origin Wolverine, where the guy was like, it's all that and a bag of potato chips? That's one of my favorite, like, what the fuck movie reviews. I might do it. Don't tempt me. Then it really will be like, this guy can't let go. This guy's not moving on. All the money he's spending on therapy is for nothing. Whatever. It is what it is. Well, tonight's been a roller coaster of emotions. You're going to do a Friday the 13th review? Yeah. I want to do another one. That'd be cool. Because I never understood why they didn't make 28 Months Later. Nothing wrong with that. What are you doing? Just strutting around. Um, there you go. Start doing what if reviews. I think somebody's doing what is it? Show me the sequels, where they come up with a like our Pac-Man idea, yes, or your Predator idea that you told us at the convention was fucking awesome. Yeah, because I have a lot of. It would be. I think that was something that no, it was awesome. Uh, it would be kind of cool to do like where you would take a series. That would be a neat. That'd be a neat idea for a video. Because I do have. I think in the old show I told them my Mars to People Zero idea. Um, I'll just read the Sharkula script because I was showing everybody that earlier. This was the script that has all the notes in it of everything that I did wrong. I'm a bad writer. Um, you know, all the Newt isms. But I have all my scripts. I just have a big box full of screenplays. How it should? Yeah, I saw. Is that the one with the how it should have ended? Is that the animated one? There's like Batman and Superman like sitting drinking coffee or something. I think I've seen that before. No, I think if you're gonna make a $7,000 shark vampire movie, yeah, okay, so it was that one. Um, yes, all right, so I have seen that one before. If you're gonna make a $7,000 shark vampire movie, like it should be schlocky and have boobs and have gore in it. And have I ever met Crippled Jesus? No, I remember him being talked about, but I never met him. I kind of avoided that like whack pack group of from like what was it the I don't remember what that guy's show was. Um, yeah, I remember the guy who that he was friends with that did that show that all those people came from. Yeah, Bruno Mattei was hit and miss. Did you ever see Termination Man, the Terminator ripoff? No, I've never seen that one. Joker fan. Oh, the videos he used to do. So, so you want to hear something funny? This has never been talked about before. So when I used to run the Wayne, we used to do the movies the night before they came out, 2 nights before they came out, whatever. And the first one I invited Justin to, he didn't tell me that like all of Screenwave back was coming to see Force Awakens, so I didn't know who any of these people were. Um, Tony came to Suicide Squad, and so many people showed up to it that were friends and employees, former employees, that I couldn't even find a seat. That's how many people were there. Well, Tony wore his Joker fan thing, and when the movie was over, he stood up and like did a thing that he wanted that he was filming. But my friends in the audience actually thought that he was mentally challenged, and people afterwards were like talking to me, and they're like, "Yo, what was up with the special needs guy?" And I'm like, "What?" Because I was upstairs. I didn't know what happened. And people were like, "Yeah, like there was like a special needs guy who like stood up and started shouting about Jared Leto," and I was like, "What the fuck?" So he's very good at that character. I was supposed to be Throbbing, the his gay sidekick, a twink Robin. That never happened. And then I bought Crystal the Batgirl's costume that she wore in the one review. Nothing ever became of that. Did you ever see Battle Beyond the Stars? Yes, I have the Battle Beyond the Stars poster. I think I have the trailer too on 35 millimeter. So that's my Joker fan story. Bangman and Throbbing, Buttman and Throbbing. Um, Jesus Christ, we've almost been going for 4 hours. We need to do that for a con. I agree. What were we doing, Underbelly? What was the most enjoyable episode you did? And if you were able to continue, what would be the direction of the series from there? Um, yes, Justin was Mega Bat friend. I don't know. We tried to bring it back. We did like a reboot thing that I included Crystal in, and that's where Nerdy and Dirty came from. And then they tried to reboot it at Screenwave, and the guy who was the director, Sean, was asking for the fucking stars and they shot it down. So because they shot it down, they did rental reviews instead. And then I was originally told I was going to be part of that, and then it was never was. I don't know. The landscape has changed so much that it's hard. Like this, I think nostalgia especially has changed so much that it's harder for guys in their late 30s and 40s to be, to not sound like get off my lawn. And then if you're just playing to a niche, you're not expanding your base really. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I like my lawn. Me too. I don't have a lawn. I think the only thing left is thing the channel has is James videos. Oh, okay. How about Dark Star? Yeah, the John Carpenter movie, written by Danny O'Bannon. Yeah, I don't know. Underbelly was fun. I really enjoyed doing it. It was different. We just were doing it for fun. The show came about because we were making a movie. We were making the original version of Midnight Show. Is he on the spectrum? I don't think so. I don't know. Whatever. He seems like more of a he has more of a ego issue than a not than a spectrum issue. Do you get royalties from Tubi? Yes, we do. Not much. And I gave a big chunk of my stuff to the people who did special effects because they weren't getting paid for for a lot of the work they were doing. So I made sure when it was all done, I paid them, and I paid the main actors, Crystal and people like that. I gave them a piece. So I haven't really made anything off it, but I just like talking about it because it's the only feature that I finished that I wrote and produced and acted in, and right now it's the only one I have to show for myself. But soon I'll have something else and better, and it's like Ed Wood said, my next one will be better. Isn't Swamp Thug's? It kind of is, but kind of isn't. I use just the Jack character and the flashback stuff. We got to do Robot Jocks. I fucking love that movie. Lemonade out of lemons, exactly. And now with the other show being their full-time job, they got to keep making content for YouTube. So and Patreon. So they're probably never going to make a movie. So I'm trying to have a movie out before they do, and I'll feel better about myself. It's cool though that those guys in Arizona bought the. Will you ever be on Hack the Movies again? No, never. They all hate me. They've all blocked me, so I will never be on there. And then recently, someone sent me a message where he said that I was fired, and so whatever. Favorite color? Yeah, I like her little tuxedo outfit. Right? They're useless. I was never a cat person before. I had when I was with Justin Silverman's sister, we had a cat, Tora. And then the cat's still with her, and then I inherited Elvira in 2016, I think. Yeah. Tell them you need her VCR back. No, I don't want any of my stuff back. Yeah, I agree. Closest to BattleTech we've ever gotten. No, I mean, I'm sure anything of mine was thrown away, so I don't really care. Never make a movie, but well, they're doing more stuff now, I was told, right? I can see her being that. Um, did you see the reaction? Oh, the pictures you sent me of the Mars Attacks one, they're awesome. Uh, does who come from a dick family? Wait, what did you say there? I missed it. It went away. Damn this. Uh, uh, does she come from a rich family? Does who come from a rich family? Who are we talking about? I'm lost. Oh, no, no. Her dad's a union worker. I don't remember what her mom was doing last. Uh, I don't know. What do they have? Yeah, I can see that. No, because Elvira knows that I feed her, so she, and plus when I'm sleeping, she uses me as a pillow. So she only really likes me when I'm asleep, and then she wants attention, just like a woman. Literally anything. Okay, I'll look at what they have. Uh, I don't know. I used to have an employee that actually thought that Kit Kats were made in two separate buildings. Oh no, it was Twix bars because of the commercial. And I was like, are you like? I hate the word retarded, but are you retarded? Right? No response. Teenagers. Uh, the commercial line. Have I talked to anybody? No, like when I meet people, I don't like to go, all right, I'm on YouTube because that's what, I think it's lame for people to do. And they'll be like, oh, are you? Because 50 billion people are on YouTube. No, if I had the money and the studio was all set up, we would probably bring in some guests and do some cool stuff. But I don't know. I feel more comfortable talking to people who I already feel comfortable with. Like that's why Lana, Dave, Melissa, Race, Metz, people who I can have a conversation with, and if we veer off topic, it's not a huge deal. But I feel like if somebody was being paid to be there, they wouldn't be as genuine. It would be there would be like a wall there, and it would feel like the old show where you're making sure that other people are the lead and you're like the seasoning. We are the topic. I agree. I have seen the Willy Wonka recut one. Same thing with the Shine when they made The Shining into like they used Salisbury Hill by Peter Gabriel in it. Um, yeah, I don't know. I like open conversations because you never know where it's going to go, and you can get way off topic and have a good time with it, and and tell stories and all that kind of stuff. Like Lana had never been on camera before, so I was like, "Come and do a review," and she's been having so much fun with it. Be the boss. I don't know. I like what I'm doing now. I was working tech work for the legal company, but there wasn't really enough work to do. So I was doing a lot of like moving boxes, shredding documents, that kind of stuff. And it just became kind of monotonous. And they got into a time period where trials had slowed down. So there really wasn't as much work. So that's when my old boss asked me, do you want to come back and run the Narberth? So when I got there and then things got busy and then he had, he was hospitalized for a while. So while he was hospitalized, I jump in. Yes, we are. Yep. I was talking to Joe earlier today, actually. He's just been so fucking busy that it's been hard to get things going. Uh, but that's when my old boss was like, "Yeah, come in and let's do stuff." So because with Joe we're working on we got a whole bunch of stuff coming. So shredding documents was the German government. No, it was all stuff that they were done with. It's amazing. You never think about how many exhibits go into a book for a trial. It's crazy. Still got the horror fam ready to go for next fall. Oh, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Because I want to get to I want to get Plan 9 with the puppets done this summer. Figure out what we're doing with Midnight Show. Shooting up something else small. Go out to Alabama in August to work on Vampire. The Jeffrey Parker is producing and directing. Oh, oh yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, Mars vs. Cheerleader is going to shoot in Arizona. I'm rewriting that gay slasher movie for those producers. They contacted me back today to give me new notes because the budget got slashed, but that's fine. It allows me to do something. I can take out some of the stuff that I really wasn't happy with. That dude asked me to write that pizza script, which I haven't done yet. I haven't really felt like doing anything creative in a while. That's why just shooting the videos, streaming, and this kind of stuff is easier because it's just talking. I've just felt very like blah. Race knows. I was kind of talking to him about it. I've kind of been hit with a depression of late of some stuff, but I'm working my way out of it and trying to find little things to work on and write and keep me occupied. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. were they so trials against humanity? No, a lot of like accidents and malpractice and stuff like that. I saw some images I didn't want to see. Yeah, it is. And again, I've been so busy kind of getting integrated to this new job and getting people up to speed, and doing things the way I want them done, that it doesn't really, that you're tired when you get home and you're not really feeling like it. So, okay, so Ian, that was actually part of the Cinemassacre script that I pitched, where every segment was something about filmmaking. And the director one, Going Crazy, was a main key piece. I composed this really cool fucking shot where the director is he kills all these people, and he gets shot by the cops, and we were going to mount a camera to the actor, and when he falls backwards and hit the ground, the camera would follow him, and then blood would come out and fill the frame, and then when he rises up, he's on the red, you see it's the red carpet, and he rises up and he's being walked down the line, all these people are taking pictures of him, it looks like a red carpet, and he sits down in his seat, we pull to reality, and he's really in the electric chair, and he gets electrocuted for that. So, oh geez, that's not good. Ugh. Neither can I, Psycho. It's hard to, I spent a lot of time on this channel crying and getting made fun of horribly for it. I haven't really had anything like that in a while. Yes, Race runs a gun shop in Phoenix. I remember when you were gonna buy it as my fun job. Well, yeah, you have another job too. Um, but learning to express myself more, learning to be more open. There's really no place to go from here. Like I think I've hit rock bottom. I think losing, my best friend, the love of my life, my job, getting everyone on the internet making fun of me, all that kind of stuff, all happening at once. I've kind of been exposed for what I am and who I don't want to be and who I allowed myself to be. So the whole thing is, my real job is owning a detox. Oh yeah. Well, a lot of people did. Trust me, I kept the really, really nasty messages and emails and tweets and stuff like that as motivation for when things, when I have to push myself to get stuff done. Um, you know, yeah, I forgot about that race. I have bad brain of late. Uh, but I keep all that stuff and use it as fire. Let's get a Lumpy spin-off movie where Lumpy has to get laid, and it's called Porgies. I wish. That'd have been cool. It's like the Illuminati. Nudist retreat? That'd be good. Nudist colony. Some people hate, yeah, I mean, and then, you're always doing it to get sympathy and stuff like that. I was like, do you really think, as a 40-year-old man at that point, that I wanted to be laid bare and set back to where I was? Like, do you really think I want to? No, that's the last thing I fucking wanted. Like, it'd be easier to just pretend everything's fine and all that. But I was like, nah, fuck it. I'm just going to be real with people and tell them, my mistakes and the reason why things are the way they are and the reason why people left and the things I feel, where I got fucked over by, because not everything, I'm not blaming them for everything. I'm not blaming, my parents or anything like that. It's like things happen. People aren't prepared for things, and my mistake was always doing what was easy instead of what was right. Again, I think the only thing that I can offer you guys is being real and being authentic. And I'm gonna say stupid fucking stuff. These streams saved your life. Is that because the video that James did about people? Yeah. Yeah, and and I'm not gonna call people out. who've come to me about social media stuff. Cat saved my life. Well, my cat did save my life because the only reason that I didn't fucking open my wrist that night was because of my cat. I saw her and I was sitting on my bathroom floor sobbing. I had just freaked out at the person I loved the most in the world. Everyone was laughing at me at the convention, and I was a big joke. And uh, and I didn't end it all because of her, because it's not her fault that I'm messed up. It wouldn't be right to have her die because of me. So I made a phone call to a helpline, and I stayed on the phone with them until 7 o'clock in the morning. This was before I got fired. This was the second night of Too Many Games, October 9th, 2021. And then the next morning I had to be at the convention to work at 9 a.m. And they already knew at that point they were going to fire me, but they still let me break down the convention, redo the warehouse, and then the next day they let me go. And I should have known because Brad Jones texted me and told me that someone's going to drive him to the train station. And I was like, oh, that's weird, but I should have known. Then they called me up in the office and they told me I was fired. So and then I met Race through all that, and I met Cam through all that, and a lot of you guys too reached out to me, and it was weird. It's a surreal time because yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, I did. Yep. Well, actually it was a box cutter. One of the big ones from the warehouse actually. Uh I was ready to check out. It was too much all at once. And mhm. um Yeah, and then the next day I had to go. The first thing I had to do, it could have been worse. Yeah, it could have been, but I don't believe in that kind of stuff. The next morning I had to go and host the costume contest, and then our panel. And it was super weird now looking at it, realizing that they already knew I was fired, but they let me do the panel. So I don't know. Uh, yeah, so I didn't enjoy myself that weekend, and yeah, that's all right. I mean, it was a long time ago. Um, it's funny the people who like had the Heck the Movies posters signed by me. I was like, well, that's a collector's item. That's the last one. um, First thing I did when I got fired was I got rid of all my Angry Video Game Nerd merch that they had given me, and my Screenwave sweater and all that kind of stuff, and just yeah, got rid of it. Yeah, no, I'm still here. I tried again in November after Crystal sent me the email. Thankfully, Metz was there that night, and my ex Christy is a therapist in Portland. She was pregnant at the time, and I felt so bad. But she stayed on the phone with me for hours and hours and hours because we still love each other even though she's married and all that. Like even like Amber, we had our tough times. How did you get on Transformers 2? Diane Heary from Heary Casting. Crystal was an intern at the time, and I had done some location work for some other stuff. So she just needed somebody to be a location person. And there's a pro soccer team in Philadelphia. Um, Shut up, baby. There's a pro soccer team in Philadelphia called the Union, and their stadium was being built, so they used the parking lot there as a holding area for the college shoot that they did for the thing, and then Michael Bay was off doing something else, and so the B second unit people came in. So I was a stand-in person And then because they didn't know what coverage they had from Shia LaBeouf, they just kept shooting a bunch of different angles. So you just see little glimpses of me in different spots. So that's how I got involved with that. So when those Transformers people are mad at me for not liking the movie, I'm in a movie, kinda, not really. And then a friend of mine who I met way later, who used to be a Philadelphia 76ers cheerleader, was apparently there that day too. And I was like, oh my God, I remember you. You had like bright, like pink hair. That's all right. I'm a face on a screen. There's a separation. People can feel more. Um, that's him now on the phone, the Transformers. The People can feel more comfortable because there is a separation. It's like a confessional at a church or something like that. I don't care. Like people know, tried to kill myself. I was molested when I was a kid. Like what the fuck are you gonna do? Hey, what's going on, Icy Bird? You dropped in at a good time. Um, I don't drink much anymore. I'm not half a like not even a pixel of a pixel. Um, yeah, I don't care anymore. I'm an open book, and people are gonna make fun. Like people made fun of the Friday the 13th video where I talked about my parents getting divorced, and I'm like, to me, it's an anecdote. It's part of life. Like it's done. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't fucking unring that bell at this point. I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow and be able to take back Monster Mania. I'm not gonna be able to take back the things I said to Crystal. I'm not gonna be able to take back the things I said to Tony. Like it's not gonna happen. If that was the case, I'd go back and get rid of my cancer and see how life went from there. Or I would just do better in college and resolve all this mess. But we're here. Oh, horn dog. Thoughts on Jesus of Nazareth? I don't know if I've seen that one all the way through. I'm not a huge religion movie guy. Dogma's great. Last Temptation of Christ is great. There's good stuff out there. It's just I don't know if I've seen that one. Um, yeah. Boy. Wonder how much of this is going to get clipped. I love the Friday the 13th movies. I like part 6 the best. Yeah, a lot of people like that one best. It just felt kind of neutered to me. After 4 and 5, I've seen Jesus Christ Superstar. No, I'm not. I wish I would do things more like Crispin Glover. Um, it's the original Captain Kirk. Oh, he was in the Bible, wasn't he? I think he was. They made a joke about it on Family Guy. He's good enough to play Jesus, but he's not good enough to kiss green women or something like that. Um, I don't know. I've seen that stuff when I was younger because it would be on like Easter or something like that or Christmas, and my grandparents would watch it. Central. I have a window AC in this room. Life of Brian is great. Where's the blue Gatorade? I don't have any right now. I was drinking a Moscow Mule earlier because I needed a drink. Um, I got to get some more Gatorade. I was out today at the grocery store and I got all the crap for uh, I got all the stuff for the cat and forgot to get stuff for me. I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee. The Planet or the musical? I respect the classic. Comes in a can. Yeah, somebody. I thought it was interesting. What about the apple? Bim is the word. Thoughts on Fred Rogers? He is one of the most compassionate humans who's ever lived. You can't watch some of that stuff without getting like teary eyed. Um, it's just a dude who wanted to do good in the world, who wanted to leave the planet a better place than he found it. And for that, I am so appreciative that I got to watch him as a little kid. Um, And it's easy to say now, but children's entertainment has changed so much that now it's all about visual stimulation, where it used to be about preparing kids for the world and talking to them like little adults, not sugarcoating things. I was talking to these girls last night. Do you like Riptide Rush? Which color is that? Um, I was talking to these girls last night at the theater who are, yes, the documentaries are great. I had them at Wayne. Um, where's your Superman statue? It's actually in the kitchen. It's on top of a cabinet. Um, Riptide is the purple. Yes, I like that one. That's a good one. Episode of Black Diamond with Snaps. Damn you, Mr. Rogers would never do that. Because Jim Carrey played Mr. Rogers too, as like he was like a pervert. Nowadays, kids just get talked down to by shows. And I was talking to these au pairs last night who were all from different countries, and they were saying that they were impressed by how the jump scare in Little Mermaid, because nowadays you can't scare kids because like everything has to be like Nerf and soft. So I was fine with that. Mr. Rogers, yeah, Mr. Rogers worked on that in Pittsburgh. I told them to come back and see more movies. They were all hot. There was like a hot Brazilian girl and a hot girl from like Africa and a hot girl from like Germany. So I was like, yo, you want to come watch movies? I'm not above free movies for the company of attractive women. Look at me. Saying, the fact that they didn't mace me is good enough. Um, they should stay with Newt. No, they seem like they're doing all right. Does she bless the rain? That would be I was thinking about that. That's why there's no vampires in Africa, because they bless the rain in Africa. See, I just cracked the code. Yes, Race gave me the Superman statue. Did you ever get busy with Crystal at the theater? No comment. Um, does your cat have a nickname? Elvira, dickhead. Oh, go to sleep, dude. We were talking about you earlier. We were talking about how fucking awesome you are, and your edits and your reviews are fantastic. And I think you're one of the best movie reviewers out there, man. So thank you so much for being part of my channel. Ninja Sex Party. Didn't Pitbull do a cover too for like Aquaman, and it was terrible? He did. Okay, I was making sure because I swore that was in there, but I haven't seen Aquaman in a really long time. Yeah, he's always sending me good stuff. Oh, really? Okay. That's cool. Now go to sleep, idiot. Yes, Marilyn Manson did do a cover of Tainted Love. I think for the Not Another Teen Movie soundtrack. Um, he also did Cry Little Sister from Lost Boys. Jesus Christ, my brain. That part of Aquaman made me cringe. Yeah, but he jumps out of the plane and says redheads, and I was like, I know. Trust me, I know. Um, all right, guys, we've been at this for we've been at this for over 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Um, so I am going. Puff Daddy did yes. Puff Daddy's cover of Kashmir from the Godzilla soundtrack is lousy, but that is a really fucking good soundtrack. That's got some good shit on it. Rage Against the Machine, Green Day is on there. Good stuff. Um, Brie Larson was horrible in Fast X. She didn't even have a character. She's like, why are you here? I don't know. I don't know. That movie like made me just go, we're past the point of anything making sense anymore. Um, yeah, we're calling it. I'm gonna hit the sack because tomorrow morning I am watching The Flash, and I will have a Flash review up soon, and then I'm gonna watch Spider-Verse tomorrow night, and I'll have a review up on that on Thursday. So I'll let you guys know what I thought of that. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Sorry I got sad. When Metz isn't here, it gets like that. Yes, and I will post the Discord link in the comments for this when it goes up. All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. And no more sad reviews. And I'll figure out another way for for Metz to show side boob in something.